All right, that should do it. Can you see and hear me right now? Let's see. Excellent. Perfect. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Welcome back to beautiful, remote southern Wyoming. Welcome back to a live dinosaur dig, although we're mostly going to be digging up other critters today. Welcome back to Turtle Hill. If it's your first time here, let me give you a special welcome and introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So during the summers, I go out and do field work for months at a time, and this, I think, is day 24 of our dig so far, out here in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation. Rock's about 73 million years old here in Wyoming, and I'm going to be doing my best to show you how paleontological fieldwork is actually conducted. I want you to feel like you're really here. I want this to be an interactive, educational, and maybe even, I don't know if it's too lofty, but inspiring experience. As all, do not hesitate to ask. That's the beauty of Twitch, is the interact. So ask whatever questions you've got, and I'll be more than happy to answer them for you. But yeah. And Danny has returned. I am back, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah. So it's been a couple of days. We, on Saturday, me and Luke and Nick and Eric and some other folks, we finally finished the Purple Puzzle Hadrosaur site. That was like a 10-hour day and just utterly exhausting. So it was all hands on deck for that. We did, I think, like a dozen different rounds of plaster jacketing, but we got the site done. So now we just have to wait for a helicopter, probably about a year's time. But yeah, anyway, the point is that was really exhausting, and I was wiped out yesterday and didn't stream yesterday. Just, I was like half conscious the whole day at the Ankylosaur site. So sorry about the lack of stream there, but I had a good reason for it. Yeah, but today I'm back here at Turtle Hill, feeling well rested, and it's been a nice, easy day. Yeah, I've been doing my best to help out the Micro King himself. Ladies and Geranics, it's Fisher McDermott here.
Oh,
yeah. So it's just us for today's stream. Should be pretty fun and pretty chill. So yeah, let me know if you got any questions. Fisher's really interested in phylogeny, especially of mammals. So if you have mammal questions, today's your day. And let's see, I did need the break, Lenina, absolutely. You're human, not a content machine. Thanks, Marcy, I appreciate it. Enjoy yourself and rest. I was still working yesterday, but it would have been a little bit too much to work and stream. So, well, here we are today. And we've already got some cool stuff, actually. But yeah, let's see. I can show you around a little bit. So again, this is the Turtle Hill site, and so we've got a whole smattering of what we call microvertebrates. So just small things. We've got some invertebrates too, but mostly fishes, turtles, and the occasional odd other kind of tetrapod too. But so far today, I've been working in this area, and we've got a few little scattered ribs, like right here. What might be a little tooth over here. Else. And then this big conspicuous guy is a Melvius vertebra that Fisher has seen at this site, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's close to one of the largest ones that I've come across.
Let's see, so is this top and this is the bottom?
I believe it's the other way around.
Other way around,
This is
oh.
where the,
That's ventral side.
Yeah, this is where the chevron bone attached.
Oh, okay, nice. Very cool. So this is from a big freshwater fish called Melvius. It's a bowfin, amiid fish. There are still bowfins around today. They're really cool, and they got way bigger during the Cretaceous. So this is a single vertebra from one of these. I think nowadays an amia vertebra might be like this, something like that.
Yeah, it's much closer to the little small fish verts that we pull out of here.
Right, yeah.
And this is easily, 10 times the size.
Yeah, nice. And then we got all kinds of goodies over here that Fisher's been uncovering.
Yeah, so we've got another Malleus vertebra here of some comparable size to what Danny's got.
Nice.
We've got this, probably a limb element. It looks a little bit like a tibia, but I'm not quite sure yet. Probably of a turtle
yeah.
or a crocodile or something.
Probably not a fish tibia.
Yeah, there's very unlikely, unless we're using the cladistic definition of fish.
Yeah, it's probably a
technically
accident
speaking,
fish. Yeah.
being-
Yeah. Well, actually, all tetrapods are fish. Well, they are.
And we've got a little jaw fragment here with a tooth poking out.
Nice.
Some maybe a little appendicular or pelvic element here. Not sure what that is yet, but it looks interesting. And then over here we've got what looks to be a dorsal spine from a hybidont shark.
Nice. Yeah. Very. Shark spine. So we talked about these guys when we were in St. George a couple months ago. We had some hybidont shark spines from the earliest Jurassic, about 200 million years old. And here they are, 73 million years old in the Almond Formation. So they go all throughout the Mesozoic. I think they go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous,
They do.
hybidonts.
They go out at the end of the Cretaceous. I think their origin is actually in the Permian, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Cool. Came in time for sharks. Yes, indeed, Payne Haynes. Yeah. So we think they're shark spines. They could be from a freshwater ray or something like that.
It's not certain, but it's our best guess so far.
Yeah.
You know, we've done some Google image searching and looking through some of the literature as well, and they resemble the hybidont spines, so that's what I'm labeling them as.
Nice.
But it'll take them getting prepped and properly scrutinized by the experts to really determine what they belong to.
Nice.
Which is the case for most of the things here, other than the really, really conspicuous stuff like these vertebrae that we can just identify immediately.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we've been just slowly peeling this away with really fine tools. This is probably not as fine as it should be. Fisher gave me a dental pick as well, but I don't know. I like my my ice pick there. But yeah, just slowly, carefully moving through these layers, looking for anything that might be scientifically valuable. And then a lot of the just like matrix that Fisher is peeling up there, he's also going to collect. And that goes into this bag right here. So that can be picked through under controlled conditions in the laboratory, in case there's anything lurking in there that we may have missed here in the
There
field.
will absolutely be
Yeah.
many things that we missed, and many things that we didn't miss. So the nature of this site is that there's just such a high density like bone material that we can't collect it all. It would take too much time. We'd get almost nothing done if we collected every single thing we found and wrapped it properly.
Exactly.
So a lot of things I have to kind of do a Sophie's choice, where it's like, oh, I guess that's going to go in the matrix bag. Oh, I guess I can wrap it. You know, often my rule is...
I don't feel like that's a Sophie's choice. I feel like both children are saved there. One is saved for later, though.
Yeah.
But yeah.
My rule typically is if I can identify it immediately as some sort of element that I'm familiar with, then I'll be like, okay, I can wrap that. If it's like a partial jaw or a full rib or a full vertebra or something that's clearly a complete skull piece, then it's like, okay, that can go in the matrix bag. If it's like an amorphous thing or it's like a fragment, like a midshaft of a rib or an appendicular element, I'll usually toss it.
Yeah, nice. And that, I don't know, that might go for some of these, like, this is probably not complete enough to collect
Yeah, I doubt
in one piece, because that might take half an afternoon to get that out. We really got to be cutting through this stuff. We've got, 6 days left of digging, I think? Today's Monday, we leave on next Monday. So is that digging?
Yeah.
Six and a
It
half?
all depends on how much time is allotted to taking down camp.
Yeah. We should have enough people.
We'll see.
Last year it was just me doing most of this stuff by myself back in camp. But
it's likely that I'll probably work at least one 10-plus hour day here, either by myself or with one other person, just to make sure that we get this bench finished.
Yeah. So this is your goal, is to clear all of this material here, which I think is really doable because the coal starts like right here.
Yeah, and a lot of the lower beds are not very fossiliferous. So
Yeah.
I think once you get about to like here, you're gonna not run into a whole lot, other than like really large three-dimensional things, or like occasionally we'll get some turtle fragments down there.
Yeah.
I know Josh found a trianid that was like right above the coal.
Nice.
Over there where you were working, when you were
Yeah.
here.
Now that this area is all cleared out, remember I was over there last time, we were here streaming. So look at all of this. This is shoot. This might not last you 6 days.
We'll see. If it doesn't, I'm happy to go work somewhere else.
Yeah. Put you over on purgatory at
Yeah.
the Ankylosaur site.
Yeah, I would not. I don't really want to open up a new bench. I was thinking about taking this nose down here, but I think that just would be just too much area to cover with the time we have left. So.
Well, this is nice. It's nice to have maybe slightly too little material to work through than too much.
Yeah,
like,
you never want to leave stuff like this out over the winter if you can avoid it. So.
Yeah, having a bench like this would just get wrecked during winter. So if we can keep it, get rid of all of this, and then next year we can move further back, do a bunch of overburden, and make a new bench. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, so it's a little intro. Welcome to Turtle Hill, everybody. Sorry I've been neglectful to chat. Payne Haynes says, what is winter like in the area? Oh, boy. We were just talking about that. Like, it has got to be just wickedly cold here during the winter. Yeah, shoot. If you want some idea, look up, I don't know, climate for Green River, Wyoming, which is kind of near where we are. We're out, again, in the middle of the wilderness. But, yeah, it gets really cold here. For certain.
It was down near freezing last night, and it's like a day or two after the solstice, so that should give you an idea. Obviously, the hottest part of the year is variable by where you are.
Yeah.
Even in the same latitudinal areas, but yeah, quite cold.
And Wyoming weather is notoriously unpredictable. You get that continental climate, and people in the chat are talking about how hot it is where they are right now. It's really nice here. Like, it's been a beautiful day. A lot of wind, no bugs really. Yeah, it's got to be 82, something like that.
Mid 70s Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
What is that in Celsius? Like mid 20s.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. So it's been beautiful today. It will get a little bit hotter this week, but I think we're escaping that huge heat dome. The rest of the U.S. right now. Yeah. And yeah. And there you go. Yeah, Ash Odinson. Ash says, yeah, it's 96 Fahrenheit here, more than twice your humidity. Yeah. There we go. Oh, and we got a mammal phylogeny question already from Cliff Alistair McLean. When did hair or fur evolve?
So there are suspected hairs found in coprolites from non-mammalian therapsids all the way back in the Permian, which is right before the period where the dinosaurs emerged in the Triassic. So this is roughly 255 million years old, 253, like that. Coming
so
from,
right before the Permian extinction?
Yeah, these large predatory therapsids, the Gorgonopsians. They were chowing down on cynodonts and dicynodonts, and
who probably had fur.
Yeah, likely. So it was. My guess is that they're probably from cynodonts. Other ideas is that they're licking themselves and taking up hair off of their pelt, kind of like a cat would.
Interesting.
And they're, fur ball, like the remnants of a fur ball coming out the other end, or that they're whiskers, which are thought to be the first forms of hair that were evolved as sensory organs.
Don't we have evidence of whiskers in like burrowing cynodonts from the Permian?
And there are definitely like fenestrations within like the maxillary bones of a lot of cynodonts and even therocephalians, these other more derived therapsids. But there are similar pits that we find in lepidosaur skulls, like snakes and lizards, that serve other purposes. And obviously, we don't see whiskers on lizards, so it's hard to say.
Yeah. Well, cool.
Almost certainly before the rise of actual true mammals, somewhere within non-mammalian cynodonts, or maybe even further back.
Yeah. Nice. And so, what's your opinion on whether cynodonts would have been viviparous or oviparous, egg-laying or live birth?
Again, it's hard to say. Given that the most basal mammals we have today are strictly oviparous.
Monotremes.
Monotremes like the platypus and echidna, I would say they're likely egg layers. But I know there have been, some reproductive studies that have been done on multituberculates, which are not that further down the line.
So
Mammalia, that's
monotremes are more derived than...
No, they're not.
They're not, okay, that makes sense.
Multis are more derived than monotremes, but there are studies that show that multis were probably viviparous.
Oh, okay.
Live birth.
Gotcha.
We can't know for certain because those kind of reproductive organs just don't fossilize.
Sure.
And unless we find an egg with a baby mammal in it...
That would be pretty sweet,
Like, given how rare mammals are already in the Mesozoic, that would be quite the incredible find.
Do we have multis from the Ischian, the G-hole biota?
We get docodonts there, I know for certain, which I think are like right outside of true mammalia, ground mammalia.
Interesting. Okay.
Or like there's debate as to whether or not they fall within mammals or not.
Yeah.
But they're very close if they aren't mammals. I don't know about multis, but given how common they are within the Mesozoic, I would say likely there are multis in the Ischian. And the J-hole and those other Chinese Lagerstätten.
Right. Weird that they haven't been found yet if they are there. Or maybe we're just unaware of it. I don't know.
It's entirely possible that we're just ignorant to that.
Yeah. Well, us meaning me and Fisher here, not the paleontological we, like we often use. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. No, and there go my sunglasses. Even without finding eggs or newborns, would it be possible to determine by skeletal anatomy? I don't know about that. Like, is the pelvic aperture smaller in oviparous taxa or anything? I kind of doubt it. Yeah.
I don't think that would say much. Otherwise, we would have there'd be more certainty. Yeah. Because
it wouldn't be such a mystery.
Although mammal postcrania is rare from the Mesozoic, it does exist.
Yeah. So, and, well, not postcrania, but we have a tooth from this very site, the only mammal ever found in the almond formation. Oh, shoot, do we have it to see?
We do.
Nice. Oh, you're in for a treat, chat. This is the only scrap of Mesozoic mammal ever found in the almond is right there. Oh, and it's silhouetted against the paper towel. That's beautiful. Check that out. So, smaller than a grain of rice. Is that a molar or a premolar?
It's a molar.
Molar of a multituberculate mammal. Just so that tiny little piece right there that you're looking at is the only scrap of mammal ever found in this entire geological formation.
And that came from right here.
Yeah, just a little super special. Holy cow.
A little bit to Danny's left.
Yeah, nice. It's right over here. Pretty neat. Breaking new ground here. This is good stuff. Yeah. Very neat. Little bottle for the special tooth. Oh yeah, the vials are the special things that are small enough to fit in the vials. Yeah. Squiggle says, imagine your tooth being the only thing ever found of you to prove your kind existed. I mean, that's pretty lucky. Most critters don't have that luxury. They just, live and die and go extinct, and nobody ever finds a trace of them. So, pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. Takes a good eye to spot that. Absolutely rampant carnage. And that's why Fisher's in charge at this site. So this has been Fisher's domain for the past 3 years now. 3 years? Well, I guess it was the end of 2023 that we really dug in.
All of last year. Well, no, not all of last year. It was like maybe 2/3 of the season last year.
Yeah.
Every day this year I've been here. And then maybe like the last quarter of 23 this year.
We were here with Elena that day.
Yeah, when we found the bone layer, just kind of on,
Right.
And then we end up, just blundering into, I think like 4 or 5 Melvius cranial material.
The most probably scientifically important site in the almond formation is right here. It's something special.
We likely have the most complete Melvius skull.
In the world?
Yeah, assuming that it's all from the same individual, which seems likely given how it's deposited and how we never get more than 2 of each element from the skull.
Yeah.
It seems like, would make sense. But we got at least 2 or 3, maybe even 4 new Melvius elements this year.
Very cool.
It can be hard to determine, whether or not it for sure belongs to Melvius while we're in the field.
Mm-hmm.
But the occipital definitely belongs to that, which we took out with the croc skull. Bennett found the second post-infraorbital, which we found the first year, so it's our first repeat element. And it's one of the most important ones for Melvius because it's how you determine it from other bowfin skulls.
Right.
It's the shape of that bone.
Very cool. Yeah, shoot. This makes me want to, I don't know, design a Melvin t-shirt or something like that. That would be pretty neat. Would you wear that, Fisher?
Absolutely, yeah. I think like a Jaws poster kind of design.
That would be really cool.
With the girls wearing like a sun helmet or something.
That's right. We were going to do that where it was you swimming.
Yeah. It'd be pretty good.
Yeah. All right. We'll have to do that, chat. That's going to be good. Yeah. And Kazuya says, how do you know it's a tooth from a mammal? Oh boy. Well, during this part of the Mesozoic, there's still only teeth, so, No, I'm kidding. They've got extremely specialized teeth. It's unmistakable. It has to be a mammal. Yeah, there's nothing else with anything even close.
Yeah, the reason we have baby teeth and adult teeth and not just an infinite repeating set is because our teeth are so specialized.
Right.
They occlude perfectly, which means that they lock into each other, which
Yep.
allows for more complex processing of food. And very few other tetrapods have that. We see heterodonty, or different teeth, in some crocodilians.
In dinosaurs?
Yeah, in rare cases we get them in dinosaurs as well.
Yeah.
But it's the common feature of mammals. Almost every mammal has heterodont teeth. The only exceptions are like obligate piscivorous mammals like dolphins.
Oh, they've got homodonty, don't they? Yeah. Yeah, they're weird in that regard. Yeah. Most mammals have got different kinds of teeth. You know, you've got your incisors and your canines and your premolars and your molars.
Yeah.
That's a weird thing. Like most vertebrate animals do not have that. They have what we call homodonty, where all the teeth are pretty much the same shape. So, yeah. So anyway, teeth are extraordinarily important to mammals. They're often like the part of the skeleton that evolves the fastest. You've got the most selective pressure on your teeth, that kind of thing. Yeah.
And they can also be very unique.
Yeah.
As well. So a lot of
highly
mammals
diagnostic.
are only known from teeth.
Yeah.
And that's, good enough.
Yeah.
Because it's the part of the body that differs from every other mammal.
Yeah. The teeth are the best part of a mammal, at least as far as Mesozoic mammal paleontologists are concerned. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of rare to find anything else from the skeleton. Let's see. Let me put this in a place where it will not fall over. Whoa. How about this bucket over here? If I can set this like this. There we go. Let's see if that's any good. Or maybe I'll put it up there. And is this Timmer's crutch? Yeah, here. Spot. I'm going to put the camera elsewhere. But let me show you those clams real quick. Yeah. Yeah. So those are right over here. There's our unionid clams right there. So again, we've got a whole collection of different kinds of critters at this site. Really important. Turtle Hill, this is the place to be if you want a more complete understanding of different critters that were existing in this environment at the time. Let's see, I wonder if... Fish, would you mind if I put this up here?
Not at all. Go ahead.
All right. Put that like that. And then... Let's see. Put this up and see what it looks like. Nice. Yeah, that should be a little better. Excellent. Beautiful. All right. I hope everyone is feeling good. We are, Lillisfarden. At least I am. How you doing, Fisher?
I'm quite well.
Yeah, having a good day so far. It's been really nice being here. Fisher was kind enough to put on some Attenborough documentaries on his phone right off of YouTube. It was magical. Shoot. So that was really cool. We listened to the... What was the first episode? What was the title?
The series is called The Living Planet. It's from 1984. We watched...
Really cool synth music in it.
Yeah, we watched episode 2, which is on the Arctic, the Antarctic, and mountains. We watched episode 12, which is on like human evolution, how humans have changed the face of the Earth, and we watched.
That was the first one that I heard. That the Antarctic one, I was on the phone for that, so I think that was just
and then
you.
we watched, I think, episode 5, which is on grasslands.
Nice, yeah. Fisher's like, what kind of environment do we want to... I'm like, prairies, grasslands. It's basically kind of what we've got out here. Maybe a little bit more scrubby than grassland.
I call this like a semi-desert scrub.
Yeah. Not a lot of grass around here. There's bunch grasses and stuff, but it's kind of too dry for grassland grasses, if that makes sense. Yeah. And Moxie Drinker, did I just understand that you discovered a shark? Is that correct? So, yeah, that hybodont spine is from I don't know if they're true sharks, like crown group sharks.
Have to ask Jim.
Yeah.
It's some sort of elasmobranch.
Yeah.
That it's quite shark-like in appearance.
So if you were to see it, alive, you'd go, oh yeah, that's a shark. But from a phylogenetic perspective, it probably doesn't belong to the same exact clade. From a now extinct group that were very, very shark-like, and they're related to sharks, but I don't know if they're part of
Like the crown shark.
Group, yeah. Like the living group of sharks. They might be like a branch that comes off before you get the ancestry of all modern sharks.
It's all a little bit arbitrary. I mean,
Yeah.
we're kind of just drawing lines in the sand and saying, okay, this is when we're deciding that sharks show up.
Yeah, yeah.
And so,
Well, unless it's like within the crown group versus not.
yeah.
But
I mean, that's a common definition
yeah,
for a lot of at least in mammals. That's one of the definitions for mammals is everything that's after the crown group. That's a mammal. And if it's not in the crown
and
group,
that's fair. At least that's like an objective thing. It's not arbitrary. At least, I mean, it is arbitrary to draw the line there, but that is at least an objective thing that you can point to.
Yeah.
I know in John Long's book, The Secret History of Sharks, he refers to basically all cartilaginous fishes. I think all chondrichthyans he refers to as sharks. But
I mean, yeah, that is.
But it's a popular book,
Yeah.
written for a popular audience.
But that is a theoretical definition that you could have.
Sure.
If you decide to say,
Yeah.
okay, all sharks are cartilaginous fish, but that would also mean that rays are sharks, which is
Yeah.
not, a commonly held belief.
And it would also be that chimeras, aka ratfish, are sharks.
Saw skates and
Yeah.
guitarfish and.
I kind of forget. So there's chondrichthyans and there's elasmobranchs. I forget which one is the more exclusive clade. Is it elasmobranchs?
It's, yeah.
Okay.
Elasmobranchi-
Chondrichthyans are just all cartilaginous fishes.
Yeah. It means
Okay.
the name literally just means cartilaginous fish.
That makes it does. Okay, yeah. And so elasmobranchs would be all those guys excluding the chimeras, I
I
think.
think so. I'm not sure.
I think that's it. Somebody in the chat can tell me. And we're getting a raid here from FN Tire Guy. Tire Guy, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. You love science? I'm glad you do. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to Turtle Hill, which is one of arguably our most important sites at here in Wyoming in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation. Today I am joining my only begotten son, Fisher McDarmid, here in the quarry. He is quarry master here at Turtle Hill, and we're finding some small critters, or at least I'm talking while I should be finding small critters. Let me do some digging. But let me know if you got any questions.
Dinosaur standards, at least.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily call Melvius a small fish, given that it's large enough to eat people. But
This sucker would have been like 9 feet long. This big predatory freshwater fish. A true river monster. Wish we had Luke here. Elasmobranchi excludes chimeras / ratfish. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Beautiful. One of our loyal, stalwart moderators. Casey Snowart says Turtle Hill is such a cute name. It really is, yeah. Do you know who named it that?
probably Logan, given he found it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But it's also not a particularly Logan name.
Yeah.
It's a little too dry.
Oh, does he give... He named Purple Puzzle,
He did.
Right? That sounds like a dry name to me.
You think?
I don't know. I like giving things jokey names that kind of refer to the critter that's there. I don't know. I would have called this site something like Turtle Recall.
Yeah, okay.
Turtle Hill might be better.
I like the fun names too.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes them more unique. I mean, how many... All of paleontology, right?
There might be, yeah, there might be more than a
lot.
few. Yeah. I thought you meant in this part of Wyoming. very common here. Archaeologist was explaining to us that for whatever reason, turtles seem to be a really common motif in rock art from native people in this part of the world, even though turtles are not common or maybe even present in this like area, and probably weren't back in the time either, like when those petroglyphs were made. So it might just be that like turtles were kind of a meme, or that like, I don't know, almost a sacred animal. It's like you would hear legends about turtles and you'd draw them, but they're just not around.
I mean,
you'd hear tell of them from other people from other places.
I mean, we kind of do the same thing today. Like, how many kids are drawing like, sheep and dogs and horses in their
and rats
in their notebooks at school? I mean, you're probably seeing a lot more.
Well, there's a lot of horse girls, but
elephants and rhinoceros and
lions
and all these charismatic animals that are rare and are special in our minds, right?
Right.
We kind of take the common stuff for granted, I suppose.
I love the idea of a turtle being that though. Where it's like, dude, have you heard about these guys with the shells? They're not around here, but like, they're out there, I find that really endearing. Not even tortoises in the area? No way, Squiggles, no.
Yeah.
Oh, and Ken is there in the chat. Ken says, father and son. Yeah, there we go. Hope you're doing well, Ken. We miss you already. Ken had to go back to work, but he'll be back next week. Yeah. But, says the guy obsessed with leatherback turtles. I know, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, you got me. Yeah. And Diagonal says the Navajo were regularly trading with Aztecs. We know they had parrots imported from Mexico. Yeah, big trading networks. When Lewis and Clark were crossing the American West, they encountered native people who were wearing like blue naval uniform coats, and like there were buttons and stuff like that were from Russia, and they were encountering this like east of the Rocky Mountains, if I remember correctly. So like, people who lived on the west coast were trading with people in the Sierra, who were trading with people across the Sierra, like into the Intermountain West. So it's crazy like what trading networks existed at the time and how far goods could travel. And alongside goods you would have stories about animals and stuff and artistic depictions, and it's neat. It's cool to think about. Yeah.
I mean, a turtle is a kind of incredible creature if you've never heard of one before.
Alexander Morrison says, bro, they got big shells and beaks like a bird. I mean, yeah, it's wild. It carries its house around with it on its back. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Turtles are... I just love the idea, too, that they're kind of universally beloved. It's like, who doesn't love a turtle, They're such cool animals. We're lucky to have them here at this site, too, if only in fossil form. Oh, neat. Pate B says Fern found a turtle yeah, it comes up as a sea turtle for me. That's nifty. Really cool. Looks like a green sea turtle. Or maybe a loggerhead. It's super tiny, but I don't know if you can see it there.
Oh, is it this one?
Yeah, the little black and white one.
I have no ability to identify that to the species.
It's definitely not a leatherback.
Yeah.
Probably a green, just by sheer number. They're the most common. Yeah. Game Over says Johnny Ninefingers probably doesn't love turtles. Well, that's his own fault. He shouldn't have crossed that turtle. Yeah, there you go, Diagonal, yeah. Medieval Europeans thought that cotton came from a plant that grew tiny sheep from its branches. Medieval bestiaries are strange. Yeah, that was in that book. Remember that book that I was reading last summer in the Bullfisher? What was it? I think it was called Every Living Thing, but it was the one about Linnaeus and Buffon. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that was one interesting passage from that book talked about these different critters that Carl Linnaeus was convinced were real. Yeah. And that's it, Claire Burr. Yeah, Every Living Thing: The Great and Deadly Race to Know All Life by Jason Roberts. Excellent book. And Finstagrace says, do you stay relatively close to the area? Do you have to hike far to the site? Great question. Welcome, by the way. It's good to have you here. It's a hike, yeah, to get here from the road, and then we drive in from camp. So we're miles and miles from camp right now, and I won't give any more details than that. But yeah, we're not close to camp at the moment. None of our sites this year are very close to camp. Mm-mm. We had one last year that was right next to it, but not anymore. Yeah. Good stuff. Here, I might try and get this Melvin vert out. I might move the camera up. Well, I'll do that in a bit. Let's see, where'd our glue go? You probably moved it into the shade. There we go, nice. Yeah. It's got a little bit of what looks like a rib here. Nice. And Fiona the T-Rex says, is there a reason why camp can't be moved closer? Because we have a really good spot to camp, and there's nowhere else like it anywhere around. Yeah, it's also kind of centrally located. Like, it's in the middle of a bunch of our different sites. Also, we've got like 20 people in camp, all with their own tents.
At all times. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of we bring a lot of infrastructure with us. Oh yeah. And RDA, thank you so much. 12 months sub there. That is phenomenal. Really appreciate it. Excellent. Thank you for the support. Good stuff. Yeah, I was kind of thinking today that I might stay back in camp and do a stream from there. But, I don't know, I felt well rested enough that I decided, hey, I'm just go out and do some actual work today. So far it's been 24 days without a single day off, and I'll probably go the whole month without taking a day off. If I can be even marginally helpful here at the site, I would like to be.
Like we've already made a lot of progress today.
Yeah.
Just getting things uncovered.
Yeah.
You know, opened up a whole new area where you
Proud
are.
to do it. Let's see about these guys. Yeah. And Sabertis says, do you have some scientific instruments in the camp? I've got an ukulele. I don't know. Camp chairs. The scientific instruments we have in camp are mostly these. We also have them with us right now. Plastic scoops. Brushes. Yeah, are you talking about like electronic equipment or something? Because the answer is not really. Yeah. But yeah. And Cringe Balloon says, is all of that rock the dino layer or only part of it? We don't have very many dinosaurs from here. There's just a few fragments. Mm-hmm. We had a tooth and a rib.
And then some of the upper bone bed, which is what you're standing on right now, chat, has had some dinosaur stuff in it too. But almost everything here is biased towards being comparatively small.
Yeah. So, little fishes, turtles, not little fishes, but you know, elements from fishes.
Yeah. And most of what we find here is also aquatic.
Yeah.
So we get a lot of fish, and then after that we probably get turtles, are probably the second most common like group, and then crocodilians. We have the one mammal, we have a couple of dinosaur elements, we probably have a few amphibians here or there that are just have yet to be identified. Yeah. Because nobody here is an expert on them, and so it's hard to just identify them in the field.
Their vertebrae can be pretty distinctive.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I've found salamander vertebrae elsewhere that's like, oh yeah, that's what that is. But
oh, so you know what they which is interesting.
I mean, they're also very small and very delicate, but that hasn't stopped us before. And we have a couple elements from either a lizard or a snake, so a squamate, Or I guess theoretically a sphenodon, but
That'd be really cool to
Yeah.
find some Tuatara stuff, some Sphenodon stuff. I say Tuatara so people will know what I'm talking about, but they wouldn't actually be Tuatara back in the Cretaceous. They'd be other Sphenodontians. But
I don't know what they're when they go extinct in North America.
I think it's at the KPG.
Okay.
I don't think they're known from the Paleogean or Neogean.
Okay. Not a Lepidosaur expert by any stretch.
And there you go. Yeah, Lenina, I love that Tuatara emote. That's nice. Check that out.
Oh, that's fun.
Isn't that cool? Yeah, that's awesome. And Das Fuster says, question, is there a specific that takes what is gathered from a dig site like this, takes what is dug up to base theories on what the rest of the environment looked like, filling in the blanks? I mean, that's kind of what we're doing, yeah. The whole point of work at Turtle Hill here is to find as many different kinds of organisms as we can and collect all of them, and some of them might be new species or whatever, but part of what we're doing is trying to just piece together what this ancient ecosystem was like. So, what's the fauna? What are the different critters that lived here? And what does that tell us about, this ancient ecosystem? And that's not just the fauna, it's also the flora. We've got plants here. Like the last time I was streaming here, I think, we talked all about the plants with Whitney, our paleobotanist. So sites like this are just wonderful kind of sample platter for all the different critters, plants and animals that lived in this environment. Yeah. We can create what we call a faunal list. Do you want to explain what that is, Fisher?
Sure. So, pretty much every time you find a new taxon, you'll add it to your list.
Taxon's a genus or a species, yeah.
Basically, any cladistic unit can be a taxon.
Yeah.
So it can even be as broad as vertebrate.
Yeah.
But every time we find something that belongs to nothing else we found before, it gets added to a list, which is a culmination of everything that we know of from the geological unit. In this case, being the Ullman Formation. And so, if we didn't have Turtle Hill or any of our other small vertebrate sites, we would basically only have dinosaurs. So we'd have a couple of hadrosaurs, a couple of ceratopsians, ankylosaur, a couple of scraps of theropod, and that would be about it.
The vast majority of all the critters we know about from the Ullman Formation are from this site and a few other little sites like this, but mostly Turtle Hill, honestly. Yeah.
Ankylosaur site is starting to become a multi-taxa bone bed.
Yeah.
We're getting turtles and gar as well. But this is really the cream of the crop, just the sheer amount of different animals that we're finding. So we have a little representation from everything. So we've got fish, both bony fish and cartilaginous. We've got mammals, we've got dinosaurs, we've got turtles, we've got crocodilians. We probably have amphibians somewhere. We have lizards and snakes. Most of the vertebrates that you can think of, we have an example of here. At least broadly speaking. And we don't have the amphispanians or whatever, really hyper-specific stuff, but
Not yet, at least. That'd be super cool.
Yeah. But all of the really big groups that you can think of, we probably have an example from here, except maybe birds.
Yeah, bird material is really rare, and they don't have teeth. So, some of them had teeth, I guess, at this time. But bird teeth are hard to identify anyway. But oftentimes you find teeth from critters before you find their bones.
Yeah. I did find a scrap of hollow bone last year, but I don't know if it's bird or if it's just, been made hollow by taphonomy or if it belongs to a different kind of theropod. So that's our only, maybe scrap of bird here. But if there's a site where we're going to find a bird, it's probably here.
Yeah, so wish us luck. Yeah. Oh, and Lordy's watching. She says, hi, Danny. Hi, friends. I'm watching with Moon Pie. Hello, Moon Pie. How are you doing? I hope you're behaving. Fisher, I think you've met Moon Pie.
I think I did. I think I met all three, but only briefly.
Yeah. Sweetie Pie is usually the most timid, but I think you met her. She's a really fluffy one. Who's very sweet. Hence the name. Yeah. And Payne Haynes says, once you get it out of the ground, does the museum or institute take on the next stage of cleaning the fossils and samples? Yes. Yeah, so all of these are going to Cincinnati, right?
Yes, this shirt is from Cincinnati.
Oh,
so
very cool.
This is one of our institutions that we work with,
Yeah.
a repository for all the specimens we get. Our other sites go to different institutions, so a lot of the dinosaurs are going to the Carnegie, which is created by Matt LaManna, who was on Streamo Out last year.
A little bit this year, too. Yeah.
But yeah, everything from Turtle Hill goes to the Cincinnati Museum Center, which I would recommend you go visit if you're in the area. It's awesome.
I still haven't been. I really want to go sometime soon. Maybe later this year, chat. We'll see. Do some streams from there.
They've been working on both housing and preparing all of our Turtle Hill specimens, and so, for example, they worked on one of the supposed Melvius elements we pulled out last year, which ended up being a turtle. So
Nice.
we had an incorrect field ID.
Which one was that?
That was the quote-unquote Clythrum.
Oh, the Clythrum was a turtle element?
Yeah, but before we identified it as a turtle, we changed its ID. So it went from a Clythrum in the field to a subopercular during the research phase for the poster, and now it's part of a turtle plastron. So that's just the way that this field of paleontology goes sometimes, is that you can't be afraid of making mistakes.
It happens, yeah. You know, and the time that we have the least amount of information is while we're here in the field and they find the stuff in the first place. Only later, like, you know, when you're there in the laboratory, not only can you clean the fossils more readily, but, you know, you're sitting in a nice air-conditioned environment. Don't have to worry about bugs or thunderstorms or anything like that. And you've got internet access. You've got books at your disposal where you can compare the illustrations to what you're seeing. You can email other researchers, send them pictures, and come to a conclusion about what these different elements are. It's a lot easier in the lab, is what I'm saying. But that lab work wouldn't exist if it weren't for us doing field work in the first place, collecting these specimens. So any identifications that we make here in the field are more tentative than they are in the lab, if that makes sense. Some are really obvious, like, you know, big fish vert. But for some of the smaller, weirder, more interesting elements, our IDs can be completely wrong sometimes.
Most things I pull out of here I label as unknown fish element.
Yeah.
We probably, at least half of the things I've labeled from here just have question marks in their names.
Yeah.
Because it's just really hard to know in the field, especially considering that nobody here specializes in fish, and that's easily the most common kind of animal we have here.
Yep. Yeah. I really need to work on my fish stuff, especially if we're going to be coming back here year after year. I'd love to be an author on some of these papers, but I need to actually do my homework and learn a few things first before I'd be worthy of inclusion on the author list.
Well, I think we have plenty of time given just the rate of prep.
Yeah.
We pull so much out each year.
Yep.
That I think it's going to be a long time before we have enough of what it takes to publish something.
Agreed. And speaking of which, from Brain of Purple, can you please tell me, how do you combine these little pieces back together? Isn't it a harder puzzle in the whole world? Is there a harder puzzle in the whole world? I'm sure there's harder puzzles, but yeah, it could be tricky. There's a lot of like very fiddly, small little pieces you have to occlude together in the lab. Use tiny little bits of glue. You want to make sure that that glue is reversible, so if you mess up, you can redo it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but again, that's why we don't try to do that kind of thing here. What we call field prep, where you're like cleaning things in the field and making them look perfect. Like, stuff gets messed up out here. Yeah. You want to save that for indoors.
It's fun to do, but it's a terrible habit because it makes it easier for things to get broken.
Yeah.
And it's kind of an ego trap a little bit. It's like, oh, you know, I'm not going to break it. You know, I really want to see it. I want to see the whole thing. But no, that can often be a really poor mistake, and I've broken a lot of Turtle Hill fossils just by over preparing them in the field, and it's something I've been trying to work on.
Just developing that patience and being like, okay, I really want to see this cleaned right now, but I could wait a few years when I go visit the museum. Like, you can see how that would be a really difficult, difficult thing to do. You know, instant gratification, or I wait a few years to be able to see this. Yeah. Let's see here. And then Ken in the chat said that The Cincinnati Museum is really beautiful architecturally. It's an old train station. Yeah, I really want to go. It sounds really, really cool, and I've seen beautiful pictures of it. You're getting some compliments on your sun helmet as well, Fisher.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Which is U.S. Postal Service official issue, right?
I believe so, yeah. I got it
Nice.
from someone who worked in the Postal Service, who very well may be on stream right now.
Oh,
So,
awesome.
If
Cool.
you're there, thank you very much. It's been invaluable.
Yeah, Fisher wears this every day, and especially on a really sunny day like this, it's an awesome head covering to have.
Ontology.
And let's see. Das Fuster says here in Maryland we have the Calvert Cliffs region, which I read is a great source for fossils from the Miocene.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be Fisher's domain starting in the fall.
And the Calvert Cliffs are where I found my first vertebrate fossils ever.
Oh, very cool.
So it holds a special place in my heart.
That's awesome. Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. Jody Fish says, is there a way to specify a priority sample to be worked on right away? This would be a Fisher question, I guess.
Well, let's see. It's hard to determine. Usually the really big, bombastic, exciting stuff gets prepped first.
Yeah.
So like the Croc skull block, which we took out
Yeah.
a week ago.
Mhm.
If you go check the VODs, you can see that for yourself. But we found a relatively complete crocodile skull, or at least that's what we believe it is. Again, field identifications are always tentative. But we found that alongside the brain case of Melvius, alongside a tooth plate, alongside a little jaw fragment, alongside a bunch of other stuff that we just don't know what it belongs to, but it's all cool. That's probably going to be repaired relatively quickly. I think the likelihood that it's a holotype or the specimen that will be used as a reference for every other future example of that taxon is relatively high.
That's really exciting.
And
Yeah.
so that's often something that people want to prepare quickly because it makes for good publications.
So cool.
It's so cool. So yes, there is a priority system. I doubt that unknown fish element 97 is going to see the light of day soon. Even if it is like a 3-hour or 2-hour or even 1-hour prep.
Yeah. Yeah, that croc is going to be high priority for sure. I'm excited about that. Alexander Morrison in the chat, who loves Sukians, is very excited too. We got a question from Casey Snowart, who is a Coloradan herself. Question for Fisher. Did you work on the Teen Rex at Denver Museum of Nature and
I
Science?
did not, but I have close friends who work on it.
Nice.
So I know the preparator who works on it right now quite well, and then her intern, who she had for like a good 6 months, was in my intern cohort while I worked there.
Nice. Hey, Casey, did you remember that Fisher was in... are you still in Denver or no?
No, I haven't been in Denver since April.
Oh, okay. That's fly.
But yeah, Martin, who was out here for a few days, worked on the Teen Rex directly.
That's awesome. Yeah, shoot. I saw pictures for the first time the other day. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. That is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. And they're calling it Tyrannosaurus, right? They're not calling it Nano-Tyrannus?
There were murmurings here and there, like, oh, we have to histo on it to see if it's nano or whatnot, but I try to stay far away from Tyrannosaurs whenever I can.
Fisher doesn't have a horse in that fight.
No,
Yeah.
no. The thing I like about it the most is the person who works on it. So.
Nice. Yeah, and seriously, like, good fossil prep is one of those things that I think is really underappreciated. Fossil preparators are some of the unsung heroes of the paleontological world. And finding someone with the right skills and temperament to be able to, like, carefully clean fossils in the lab, it can be difficult. Those people they're extraordinarily important to our discipline, and they don't get nearly enough attention. Yeah. Oh, and Casey says, I did remember I applied to be a preparator at DMNS right before he got there. Keep trying, Casey. I mean, yeah.
Yes, they have internship openings quite regularly.
Nice.
And I can highly recommend it. It's a great place to get started.
Awesome.
Or even
yeah.
just, learn new skills.
Casey says, I'm still waiting to hear back. I think I'm low priority. Haha. I told him I sculpt in the hopes it would help. Yeah, so a ton of fossil preparators do have a background in sculpture or other kinds of art. Being able to just think three-dimensionally and like developing the fine motor skills around that kind of perception. Those are really, really important skills for a preparator to have.
Exactly. I mentioned my work at Turtle Hill.
Yeah.
And I applied. I know one of the other interns who I worked with for a little bit he painted miniatures for tabletop games. And that was something that was a really standout talent that he had, which probably helped him get the position.
That makes a lot of sense. Like really intricate, detailed work like that. But yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody in chat if you paint miniatures for tabletop gaming, or you assemble plastic models, or if you're a sculptor or something, you might already have some of those like skills that you need to develop to be a decent fossil preparator. So consider volunteering at your local museum if that sort of thing sounds interesting. They might have an opening. They might really need your help. Yeah. You're on the wait list, but you don't know what that means. Hopefully, it's a short wait list, Casey Snowart. Yeah. And Calculus Centrifugal says sculpting is really fun if you have the high quality clay and the proper tools. I never liked sculpting with physical media. I really, really enjoy sculpting, but digital sculpting. Using a stylus and a draw pad and a program like Sculptress, or I've been teaching myself Blender. And it's a ton of fun. I really enjoy doing that, and then 3D printing what I sculpt that's awesome. Yeah. What?
You have fun with Blender?
Oh yeah. I'm starting to learn it. Yeah.
Okay. Blender gave me a lot of frustration while I was at.
It's not easy to learn. No, holy cow! Is it not intuitive?
No, it's quite difficult.
There's this tutorial series that I started. I forget what it's called, but like everybody loves it. And you learn how to make a donut.
Oh, okay.
Like with the icing and the sprinkles and everything else. And I found that really, really helpful. It made it fun. Because, like, just sitting down, like, I tried to do that, just, like, sit down and just brute force it. Like, what does this button do?
No, it's really hard.
Impossible. Yeah. And we had another question. Is Nanotyrannus considered its own species, or is it a juvenile of Tyrannosaurus? Oh, boy. We should keep quiet.
Don't want to get
Tyrannosaur people are going to run in here and start fighting in the quarry.
Yeah.
Just like a knockdown, drag-out fight at Turtle Hill. We don't want that. Yeah.
This is a PG stream.
Exactly.
No.
Discussing Nanotyrannus is against Twitch TOS, or at least it should be. Hopefully the camera doesn't fall. I think we're good there with the wind. Yeah. And Payne Haynes says, are Tyrannosaur people like Spinosaur people? There's some of the same people.
Yeah. It's never fair to put people in boxes, but in this case, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty.
That being said, some of my favorite people, work and argue about Tyrannosaurs.
Mm-hmm,
Ethan's doing Tyrannosaur stuff right now, isn't he?
I know he was, at least last year. I don't know if his experiences soured him on the idea.
Because, he published on Daspletosaurus, so he's in that now.
Yeah.
He's in that fight.
Yeah, the Tyrannosaur world, the hominid world, it's a tough crowd.
Yeah.
You have to be, have a pretty strong character to make it there. And, that can come with both positives and negatives.
Yeah, for sure. It's, I don't know, when people talk about, like, we mentioned this last time that I was here, like how dinosaur paleontology sometimes has a reputation for being a little acrimonious.
Sure.
Tyrannosaur stuff is kind of what we're talking about.
That's the most acrimonious.
Yeah.
That and hominids. Yeah. That's kind of the equivalent.
And saber-toothed cats, too, I've read. Machairodonts,
okay.
Yeah. I've heard mammal people complain about other mammal people who study saber-tooths.
Huh.
Yeah. Saber-teeths?
That's one I haven't heard of.
Saber-teeths. Yeah. But this was like a decade or more ago. Maybe the reputation has changed.
Or maybe it's just a specific, gripe that one person has. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not a widespread stereotype, at least to my knowledge.
Yeah. But yeah. Cat people says cringe balloon. Saber-toothed cat people, Yeah. Devlin42 says some of my favorite people are in boxes. Okay. Cool. Still in their original packaging?
Hermetically sealed.
We got Doug in the chat here.
Hi, Doug.
How you doing, Doug? I hope you and Edie are doing well. Doug says, Turtle Hill. Not my kind of sight with how jaded toward turtles I am. Doug, you have a turtle on your arm. You've got that awesome leatherback tattoo. That's so cool. I should have gotten a picture of that before you left. I don't think I did. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Doug. It's good to see you. We've got, I think, 6 more days of digging after today. Is that right? Hang on. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then no, Sunday's probably a pack-up day.
Well,
leave Monday?
We'll see.
You might be here, though. Yeah, we could just parachute you into Turtle Hill and, just solo mission.
Yeah, that's entirely doable. That's
just drop Fisher off with a knife between his teeth and a dental pick, and yeah. But, yeah. Doug says it's not a Cretaceous turtle. Fair. Yeah, leatherbacks are definitely Holocene. And they apparently had a bunch of other family members during the Pleistocene who went extinct. At least that's, I think, the thought. I think that's the thought that's thought. But yeah. But yeah. And Claire, I answered that question already. We're good. Yeah. And hang on a sec. Stream went goth all of a sudden. What do you mean? Did it go black? No, we're good. Maybe no. It was something that we said. Yeah. Oh, favorite people in boxes quote. Oh. Does that mean dead people? Like in caskets? Was that what you're in? Went over my head. Darn. Yeah. Libbers98 says, what are we digging up today? Fossils. Yeah. We've got some fish pieces. We got some turtle pieces. We've got ribs from who knows what. Yeah, welcome to Turtle Hill, where we've got just a beautiful sample platter of like all of these different cool Cretaceous critters that lived in this ancient kind of swampy environment. Yeah, if we get a big raid, I'll do like a whole spiel about what the site represents and what the almond formation is all about and everything. But I also want to get some digging done. I hope everyone appreciates, Fisher taking time out of his busy Turtle Hill schedule to converse with you too, because
it's totally fine.
Yeah, he would be probably working a little bit faster were it not for these distractions. So I want you guys to appreciate, my son's sacrifice.
Don't feel too bad. We get plenty distracted here on a daily basis.
I guess that's true. Yeah. But yeah, getting lots of appreciation in chat. Thank you, Fisher. Thanks, Fisher. Thanks for letting Chathu distract you. That was Matt Lamanna's name for chat. That just kind of stuck. In case you remember that from last year.
Well, I appreciate all of you too. Thank you so much. Thank you for your financial support. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your interest. Thank you for just being here.
Yeah. Do you have anything to plug, Fisher?
Not only the beauty of the world. I suppose.
I was just gonna say, yeah.
Go out and appreciate the natural world in whatever way you deem fit.
Yeah, whether it's bird watching or seal club. No, don't do that. Whether it's
unless you're dancing with a seal.
Yes.
Yeah.
What would be the best seal to take to a club? If you take a big elephant seal, he'll help clear a space out for you on the dance floor at least.
The Beachmaster.
The Beachmaster.
He can do the big constitutes a dance of some sort.
That would be pretty cool. Yeah.
The bellowing to the beat.
I was thinking sea lions, but I said seal though, so it would
Yeah,
have to be
we're going
not an otarid, but a phosid, right?
Yep. That's the word. Let's see. Maybe like a what's a good seal? Maybe like a hooded seal. Inflate that sac, the nasal sac.
I could see like all those twinkly lights off the disco ball reflecting on the hooded seal's inflatable sac thing. Leopard seal would be cool, but people might get bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there are actual records of leopard seals like hunting and eating people.
There's
right?
one
There's
recorded
one.
incident,
Okay.
but they do chase boats on occasion.
Neat.
I don't think it's out of acts of predation. They're probably just curious.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is scary. It's a scary animal.
They're so cool. They're probably my favorite seal.
There are fossils from them from Africa in the Pleistocene.
Really?
Yeah, from southern Africa. So they're
wow.
swimming in the streams and rivers there.
Shoot, they may have been eating our ancestors.
Yeah, potentially.
That's pretty neat to think about. It's like some poor hapless hominid being dragged down to the river depths by a leopard seal. What seal is the most capable on land?
It definitely would. Well, if we're talking seals,
Uh-huh.
let's see.
Not otarids, but
Yeah.
true seals, yeah. Earless seals.
Well, the Baikal seals somehow had to make it from, the ocean all the way down to Lake Baikal in Russia.
How many outlets does that lake have, though? Probably a few, right?
I don't know, but it's a long way.
Yeah.
And I think seals, are more terrestrial than people give them credit for. They're more capable of moving about on land. There are mummified crab-eater seals in the Antarctic dry valleys, which are like 25 miles from the coast.
Shoot.
So that's a long
They're
way.
just flopping
it's
25 miles?
Yeah, it's a long way to undulate.
Although they didn't make it out, though.
No.
So, yeah. I guess that's why they're still there. Yeah. But interesting. Yeah. Casey Snowart says, my vote is ribbon seal on the dance floor. Looks like it's ready for a rave. I don't know what a ribbon seal looks like.
They're beautiful.
Let me look
One
it
of
up.
the most visually appealing seals, in my opinion.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, that's so cool. Shoot.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, here, let me show you, chat. That's bonkers. Wow.
It's a good shout.
Yeah.
You kudos for that one.
Look at that guy. It's like a big Oreo cookie or something. Pretty neat. Man, they're so cute. I was not familiar with these guys. Not aware of them. Ribbon seal. That's pretty neat. Pretty neat. Yeah. And Starmy says, any paleo discussions you feel strongly about, Danny? No, I don't know. I don't really pay attention to paleontology. No, I don't know. Shoot. We talk about these things all the time back home in my office, but I don't know. I get really jazzed about ontogeny in dinosaurs. The changes throughout dinosaurs' lifetimes that made them look very different from like juvenile to adult stages, to the point where like in a lot of cases we thought that, there were two different species when it turns out it's just the same critter at different growth stages. Stuff like that. And that could be pretty controversial. I like the idea of anagenesis too. I think it's really fascinating. We'll talk about these another time, but yeah. But that's basically like half the stream back home. Dr. Terra says, Danny, say the Torosaurus line. I think it probably is just, the same taxon as Triceratops, same critter. But, yeah. Snow Dentry says, we went fast from go enjoy nature to go clubbing with a seal to which one would dance the best. Yeah. That's just the kind of place we're at right now, Yeah.
We're just riffing.
Oh, yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah. Paleo riffs. Pumpkin the Cat says, I missed a bit. Did the hadrosaur get recovered? Yeah, that's why I wasn't here for the past 2 days. Why I wasn't streaming, at least. We went really hard on Saturday finishing that site out. And so it's ready to flip. But we need to get a helicopter net to put on the ground next to the jacket so we can flip it onto that. And we don't have helicopter nets yet. So we're it looks like going to leave that for the season. We had some folks go up there today to look at the site and then do a stratigraphic section there, so we can basically close the site out for the rest of the year, and then we'll come back when we can get a helicopter. But right now, that's as far as we can take the purple puzzle hadrosaur site. Yeah. But yeah. And Libbers says, where did you go to school for paleontology? I went to Montana State University in Bozeman, Montana, home of Museum of the Rockies, and that was, at the time that I started, one of the best schools in the world for paleontology, especially for dinosaurs. There's a bit less going on there now, but we won't get into that. Yeah, where did you go, Fisher?
My undergrad was at Ohio University, and I worked under Patrick O'Connor for 4 of the 5 years I was an undergrad. And Larry Whitmer has a lab there as well, and that's where Peter, who works at the Anki site, did his undergraduate research. So a lot less going on there now. I think Larry is close to retirement.
Oh, shoot, really?
Pat and Nancy Stevens aren't around OU very much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They spend most of their time in Boulder and Denver, respectively.
Oh, did you get to see them when you were in Denver?
Yeah, I saw Pat with some regularity because he's the
Nice.
director of Earth Sciences there. And
I didn't realize that.
I
Very
saw
cool.
Nancy once when I went over to Boulder.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they spent a great deal of their time there. So the paleontology, unfortunately.
Too bad for
But
Athens.
I have heard that they're bringing back some of the paleontology courses.
Yeah.
I took the last one that was offered with
Darn.
Alicia Stegall,
Mhm.
who's an invertebrate paleontologist, works on Britain. But then they stopped offering it for a while. But yeah,
Okay.
as far as I know, part of the last cohort of students who was able to get the minor in paleontology from Ohio University.
Wow, shoot. Do you want to talk about where you're going next, or do you want to keep that secret?
I can talk a little bit about it. So,
Okay.
I'll be starting my master's in the autumn with Chris Torres, who was a postdoc at OU while I was there. He works on birds, and so I'll be working on birds for my master's.
Fisher's turning into a dinosaur paleontologist.
Yes, I know.
here.
It's quite ironic, But it really doesn't matter what you work on for your master's. It's more about learning how to do research, learning the ropes, becoming a real scientist. A lot of the work I've done thus far has been like facilitative in nature, whether it's field work or prep work or CT work. It's all in the hopes of giving people the chance to do research rather than actually doing the research myself. So I'll be learning how to do that. I'll probably be working on birds from the Miocene, like Danny said, and then hopefully if my advisor is willing to let me talk about it, I can come on stream once I'm a little further down the pipeline of my degree and talk a little bit about what I'm working on.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. So Fisher's going to be moving to Central California, which is not too far from where I live. In fact, let me look this up on Google Maps and just try and figure
I
out.
believe it's about an hour and a half, depending on traffic.
Okay. Here. Their directions from home. 1 day's walk, 6 hours bicycle, 3 hours 22 minutes public transit, or an hour 37 minutes drive.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's doable.
Oh, and that's for right now when traffic is bad. I'm
Okay.
looking at Google Maps. On a weekend or something, it should be better. Yeah, that's not too shabby at all. Yeah. So I don't know. Hopefully, Fisher and I can go hang out on weekends or something like that. Some of these times, I want to take him whale watching. Maybe go to the Marine Mammal Center. California Academy of Sciences. I think you said you've never been.
Nope.
Yeah.
The only like natural history institutions that I've been to in Cali are the tar pits in Los Angeles and then the Monterey Bay Aquarium.
Oh, okay.
Everywhere else is
Well,
new.
you've been to the best aquarium at least.
Everywhere
But
else is new to me, so
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing the sights.
I want to say there's gray whales, like their heyday. Their best time to see them is like October.
Okay.
So-
So I'll be around.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. And Casey says, sounds like some leather son outing. Teach him to ride a bike, throw a baseball. For sure knows how to do both of those things already. And he recently got his driver's license too. Yeah.
You know, a little
He's
late,
finally
but...
old enough. Yeah. Remember, I'm only 21, Fisher.
That's right.
So that makes you, if you're 16, man, I got an early start. Shoot. Yeah. Yeah. Heel says, no one believes you, Danny. What are you talking about? You'll believe what I tell you to believe. That's how science works. I shouldn't even joke about that. Danny was a young father. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was precocious. Things that I was gluing earlier, I'm just going to put them in the matrix bag.
That's totally fine.
Yeah. And designer Art UK says, congrats, I'm 30 this year and don't drive. I mean, it's honestly like, if you're lucky enough to live in a place where you don't have to drive, then like, that's awesome. Embrace it.
I've saved a lot of money by
Oh, yeah.
riding. It's better for the environment, it's safer, it's just less convenient.
Yeah.
I think having your license is a good thing to have.
Yeah.
Having your license is definitely better than having a car.
Yeah.
So
For sure.
being able to drive, knowing how and being legally able to do so is of great importance, I think, especially in the United States. But there's no shame in waiting.
Yeah.
I'm 24 and I just got mine this year.
Nice.
And I haven't needed it until now. So,
yeah.
you know, I lived in Denver for 7 months and I used public transit the entire time. And, you know, it was inconvenient on occasion, but I got it done. Always showed up to work on time. Got home late, but that's fine, you know.
Yeah.
You can find creative uses for your time, you know, on the bus or on the train.
Reading books, listening to podcasts or audiobooks, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Reading scientific papers while bicycling through the streets in heavy traffic, not paying attention like our friend Bilal.
He told me that he stopped that, which made me...
I love that he was aware that that's something.
Well, I told him many times that I was
Yeah.
worried for his life when he would do that. So we're referring to one of our friends who worked with us in 22 at Billings Bowl.
Yeah.
He was my roommate for a year, and now he's a PhD student at. But he came to the U.S. without a car or a license anymore because he lost his Egyptian one.
Wait, you did? Wait, for what?
For reading papers while driving. So he told me this story.
What? Seriously?
Yes.
I didn't know this.
He was driving to a field site, I believe, in the Sahara Desert, and his co-pilot was asleep in the passenger seat. And he wakes up, and they're just veering off the road into the Sahara Desert. Bilal's got his nose in some sort of Spinosaur paper. So no, this is not. This is a reoccurring behavior, and I'm glad that it's being addressed and fixed.
Oh boy!
A
Wow.
brilliant guy, amazing paleontologist.
Very dedicated,
Yes.
as that would indicate.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Oh man.
But yeah, a little bit. Definitely a risk taker, you know.
Yeah.
I had to pull that guy away from cliffs more than once.
Yeah, shoot. Yeah, or like we went swimming in the Colorado River that time.
He doesn't know how to swim. He just walks
He
right
jumped right into the middle of the river.
Starts recording with his iPad for his students back in Egypt, you know. You know, he's
Not only could he have dropped the iPad in the river, but also he can't swim. Like, yeah, I don't know, just fearless. Yeah, but he's part of a really cool cohort of people who are. They're putting Egyptian paleontology on the map. I mean, for a long time, we've known that there were cool fossils in Egypt.
Yep.
But they usually just get taken to other places and then sometimes destroyed by Allied bombers during World War II.
Yeah.
So, you know, having people in Egypt who are trying to establish an actual museum in country and build a whole research program there, that's incredibly cool. It's really important work.
I think it's one of the only paleontological institutions in the entire Arab world.
Yeah.
Which is really awesome because there's some incredible fossils out there, and it's really great that the people who live there and are from there get to work on them firsthand.
Absolutely, yeah. Lenina says Bilal is just baby's day outing his way through life. I love it. I think I get that reference. Yeah, that's the one where the baby escapes the house and is just like kind of stumbling around and narrowly avoiding getting hit by cars and.
Yeah. So he bicycle campus every day with his nose in a paper, or looking at his iPad or whatever, and he's got the leg strength to bicycle. He's lucky that he didn't.
And Diagonal says the Fayum is a famous Egyptian fossil site. He's probably worked there, right?
Yeah, almost certainly.
Yeah.
And so has our friend Don DeBlue.
Yeah, Uncle Don, who we'll be seeing later in the summer when we're in Utah. I say we, you and me, chat. Unfortunately, it seems like Fisher's not going to be there.
Unlikely.
Yeah.
But I've done 4 years of work there, so it's time for me to move on. I'm okay with taking a break this year. I'm hoping to be back sometime, though, because I love it.
Hopefully we'll be going back next year. I don't know. This could be the last year in Dolling's Bowl for a while. But there's always Laurie's site. Hopefully Josh will be working that for a while. Yeah.
The Cedar Mountain holds a special place in my heart.
Let's see. Doesn't Egypt also have a bunch of awesome whale fossils? They do.
It does. The Valley of the Whales.
Yeah.
More Eocene stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, Abdullah from University, the same institution, which Bilal's from, is all his work is on the Eocene whales from Egypt.
The guy who the illustrations for that paper is he streams here on Twitch. That's Paleostream, Joshua Knupe. Shout out to Paleostream. Yeah. And Dingo the Rex says, "Where's the oil near these fossils?" It's coal here, not oil. Although coal is not a guarantee. But yeah, this is all coal right here. Which is why sometimes, after working a day at Turtle Hill, some of our crew members come back looking like coal miners. But yeah, fossil fuels are a thing. That's oil, natural gas, coal, etc. But that's not a guarantee at a fossil site. Certainly not. It's actually kind of weird that we have so much coal here. Not weird, but like it's not what you would. It's not like finding fossils means you're going to find fossil fuels next to it.
Yeah, fossil fuels are almost always coming from microscopic invertebrates like foraminifera and diatoms. Yeah. Almost always marine as well.
Whereas coal is generally, I think maybe exclusively terrestrial from swamps. It's like compressed plant material, just plant crud that just gets compacted into goo, and then it gets compacted further into coal, really carbon rich. Yeah. And Pumpkin the Cat says, "Does anyone else cringe when gas stations put up dinosaurs as props?" You're probably talking about Sinclair Oil Company, which I forget. They either started in Wyoming or in Utah, but yeah. And they used to fund the fieldwork of Barnum Brown, a guy who came out and did a bunch of fieldwork here on the Almond in the late 1930s. One of the last people to really find any good fossils out here. So, any good vertebrate fossils, at least, dinosaurs. I think Whitney was saying that the fossil plants from the Almond were collected in like the 60s or something. Which I'm surprised that anybody was out here working.
I know the Denver Museum has a leaf collection.
That's what she was saying, yeah.
I don't know when it was collected, though. Didn't get a chance to look at it while I was there.
I wonder if they have an online database that you could look it up, like Berkeley does. Few museums do. It's like, that sort of digitization is really time-consuming. It tends to be expensive. So a lot of museums just don't have that. They rely on, like a couple of really knowledgeable people to run the whole thing, and if those people are gone, then they're kind of dead in the water. Maybe that's part of the reticence to digitize everything, too. It's like, that's job security.
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah. But, yeah. And Starmy says, can you as a paleontologist walk into a museum and ask to see their archive of specimens, or how does that work? Generally, you email first. But, yeah, if you're working on a group of organisms, if you're interested in the fossils they have there, then you usually contact the curator or somebody else on staff. And, yeah, sometimes some institutions are a little bit cagey about that, because they might have certain specimens that are being worked on by a student or by somebody on staff, and like they want to keep those kind of secret because they don't want somebody to publish them out from under them. And that does happen occasionally.
Absolutely.
There are a few people in our field who are kind of notorious for doing that. Not going to name any names, but yeah, there's been a few times that someone has just kind of poked around in collections and places where they're not really supposed to be, found some interesting specimens, published on them, and then, you know, then a poor master's student, she doesn't have a thesis anymore, you know? That sort of thing happens.
Yeah, the rat race in science can be demoralizing for sure.
I think a large part of that is just how little resources there are to go around.
Yep.
People get really competitive, and
and that's the main reason why the Tyrannosaur field is so. I don't want to say toxic, but I'm struggling to find another word that really accurately describes it. The issue is that too many people are interested, and there isn't often enough material to go around.
I think part of it too might just be how charismatic the specimens are, or like, I don't know. I was talking with a turtle person recently, and she was saying like, yeah, you know, the fiercer the animal, often the fiercer the debates around it. Sure. It's like it just attracts a certain kind of personality. I don't know. This is all anecdotal. We don't have data for this, but yeah. I guess that would be the case with saber-toothed cats as well. Sure. And hominids, the fiercest animal. Yeah. God's most horrible creation.
Yeah, you don't hear a lot of complaints coming out of the ungulate world.
You don't?
I don't think so, at least.
Not a lot of acrimony among fossil amphibian workers. Yeah. But, yeah.
Not that ungulates aren't fierce. They will kill you.
Yeah, don't run afoul of a springbok or a gerenuk. Yeah, we were joking about that. Was it last year when we were here at Turtle Hill? It's like, if either of us were ungulates, who would we be?
Yeah.
You said...
I feel like I'm a gerenuk. I feel like I have the right build for that.
And then what was it for me? Like a greater kudu or lesser kudu?
Yeah, I think it was something like that.
Yeah.
One of those more robust ones.
I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah.
Or maybe it was a bongo.
A bongo?
Yeah.
Oh, I like a bongo. Yeah. With the stripes?
That's the one.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. And Chris Swift, how are you doing? We're digging up some small critters today. Turtles, fossil fishes. I should work on getting this vert out, actually. Maybe I'll move the camera here, and chat can watch me hopefully not chunder this thing. Pressure's on. There we go. So this site is called Turtle Hill. We're here in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation of southern Wyoming. Rock's about 73 million years old. We're out here in the middle of nowhere at this really, really important fossil site that's yielding... Would you say it's yielded over 1,000 specimens so far?
It's hard to say. I mean, I don't keep count of all of the things that go into vials.
Yeah.
But it's getting close. If it's not already at 1,000, it's
nice.
Quite close. Because we're probably at least 300 individual specimens.
Just for this year.
Yeah. Our bag count is at 168. There are some bags that have up to like 5 or 6 specimens in them. The vials can have up to like 30 things in them.
Yeah. So yeah, lots of specimens so far. And here's another one I'm going to be getting out right now, if I can get the camera set up properly. It's going to be really close. Here we go. Tilt that down. Let me look at the screen and see what that looks like. Got that in frame? We do. Yeah, so this right here is a fossil fish vert from a critter that we call Melvius. That's a bowfin fish. And I'm going to try and get this thing out in one piece so that we can wrap it and tag it and bag it and bring it back to Cincinnati. So, I cut my way around it, and under each one of these, you see this kind of like organic hash there. There's just all kinds of little things. I'm going to take these pieces and put them into our bag here. Let me get rid of the scoop. Let's put them in the scoop first, and then they'll all go into the bag. Because this is the productive layer. There's probably all kinds of cool little things that, you know, whoever is prepping this in the lab, they can look at it under a microscope and identify any important bits of critters in there. But, yeah. That's something that should be done under controlled conditions, not out here in the field where moth and rust can destroy, and, you know, you get thunderstorms and wind and heat and Twitch chat distracting us. Hopefully whoever is prepping this in the lab is also not streaming. Although that would be cool. There's a few people doing that. Shout out to Fossil Preparator and Prehistoric Museum, who are both now streaming on Twitch. Yeah. Casey says Twitch chat is truly the most dangerous of the elements. Absolutely, yeah. You guys are, goodness, deadly.
True sirens.
What's that?
True sirens.
Oh, yes. The siren call of Twitch chat. Luring us to a cybernetic grave. Watery grave? I don't know. Analogy falls apart. Alright. So again, just working my way around this fish vert. Trying not to dig down too much. I should probably just peel these layers away properly. But because this extends down pretty well. How far down do you think this extends?
Let's see.
If I get just a little bit deeper, can I pop it?
Yeah, I think you could probably go like under there.
Under there? Okay.
I'm doing the same with mine. Sometimes
Nice.
you have to, you know, kind of trench straight down.
Yep.
And just get lucky with not hitting something.
Yeah.
But usually once you get one little area of it undercut, then you can just kind of stick a tool under it and pop it
Nice.
out, because they're
It
pretty,
makes that noise too. You'll
they're
see.
pretty sturdy.
And we did glue this one already, so it should be pretty well permeated, I hope. Wombat Hole says if only there were robots to remove the overburden. No, that's why we have undergrads. Oh, there we go. See, it even made the noise. Oh, yeah, look at that. Fishy, fishy vert. Nice. So you can see, I guess it's like this. So this is the ventral side, the bottom side, and this is the top up here. Clear away a little bit more of this rock very gently so you can see. Yeah, there we go. I'm not field prepping, I'm just...
Here's mine.
Nice. These could be from the same critter. About the same...
Mhm.
Yeah, they're the same size. Nice. Yeah, and look at that. Beautiful. Melvin. Yeah. So Melvius is the genus here. This is a freshwater predatory fish. This is from the Amiidae, so the bowfin family. They're still bowfin cruising around in American waterways to this day. But they were much, much bigger during the Cretaceous. An amia, like modern bowfin vertebra, is probably like that wide. So compare that to this. These guys would have been really big. Really big critters.
Probably chowing down on turtles and other freshwater fish, amphibians.
Yeah.
Maybe baby dinosaurs.
Maybe mammals. Maybe they're going up onto land to eat mammals, like Jeremy Wade would narrate. Again, I wish we had Luke here. He went on this big River Monsters tear the other night. I'm Jeremy Wade. We're after a true river monster. Did this catfish take a human child?
The Goonch.
Yeah, I've not seen a lot of those episodes, but I saw that one. Yeah, it's like, why are all these unattended babies in a river to be carried away by catfish? I don't get it, but that's kind of that's the whole premise of that show. Sort of. Anyway, this would be a true river monster.
And maybe even a river mother. Yes, we have a lot of bits here in the field.
Yep.
Some of which are appropriate for stream, and many of which are not.
Yeah.
But we have fun.
Definitely. Yeah, Fisher, how much for a good Malvius vert?
Melvin vertebra. 77 krona.
Fisher's been doing Scandinavian appraisals for us in camp every morning, and it's been a running gag. I don't know how that started, but
It just came from the void.
just a little bit of desert madness out here. You know how it goes. But yeah, glad I got this thing out of the ground. We can get that get that tagged and bagged. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, excellent. Let me go put this back where it was. Put you back in your place, chat, so I can work unhindered to the extent that that's possible on stream. There we go. And this. There we are. $77 krona. Shows just how. Yeah. You're praising some of the other crew members.
Yeah.
And they came out at what, like 15?
Giant men. 62 krona.
And Heel says, do you ever set up canopies or umbrellas in the field? We did have that here last year, briefly, when the Cincy crew was out here.
I personally am not fond of shade tarps at Turtle Hill, just because...
Makes it difficult to see,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. Obscuring the bedding plane can be disastrous at a site like this.
If it were really hot, then maybe it would be worth it, but we've been really lucky so far. It's not that bad. Yeah. And do you ever hallucinate while you're out in the field? Asks Ms. Art Rules. I hope not. I don't know. I guess you would need somebody else telling you whether or not, what you're seeing is real. Tent, then they would want to have pillows because a lot of them dig on their sides. Well, shoot, are you referring to Doling's Bowl? We do have pillows that we use there. The rock there is really hard and
Jagged.
uncomfortable to sit on. Yeah, see that later in the summer when I'm out there at Doling's Bowl again. Yeah, and Heels. Yeah, it's only about 70 here. We're really lucky. It's beautiful. Come out here to Wyoming. Come dig up some fishes. I haven't really drank much water at all today.
Yeah, neither have I.
I'm surprised it's just not.
Get on that. Stay hydrated.
Yeah. Do you mind gluing my vert too?
Happy to.
Yeah.
Put too much on just because we're running a bit low. Because I have the confidence in Melvin's vertebrae to stay together. But
Yeah. No, that's all
keep
good.
it together, Melvin.
Keep it together, Melvin. Because we got this, but is it thick?
Yeah, we've got medium.
Thin, medium?
Yeah, these are just kind of poorly labeled.
That's wishful thinking. Yeah.
But yeah, I could probably thin this out. It would just take a lot of acetone.
Yeah.
And there isn't a lot of space left in the bottle. I prefer not to do that if I can avoid it.
try to make use of what we've got now.
Dr. Terrace is, I guess with regard to hallucinations, you get a Sopranos scene where the Melvius talks back at you mid-dig. There you go, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Rhacodactylus says, stay hydrated, paleontologist. I should go get some more water. That bottle's empty right now.
Set a good example.
Yeah. There you go. Thanks, Fish. I'll go after you go. Yeah. But, anywho. Oh, no. Charlie's Dragon says, shh, no one tell him he's there alone and hallucinating Fisher being there. Where'd he go? Shoot. Yeah. And Payne Haynes says, do you not leave the site alone? What do you mean? Well, Fisher was maybe going to be alone today, and I joined him. Rhacodactylus says, it's okay, Danny. All my friends are imaginary, too. I'm not imaginary, Rhacodactylus. I know we haven't met in person yet, but... yeah. Danny, you're still in camp, but you've been talking to a chair with a hat. I'm being gaslit by chat right now. You see what I'm talking about, Fisher? They're dangerous. They're dangerous.
I'm not talking about manatees when I mean siren.
There you go, yeah. I am going to go drink some water before I start hallucinating, before Melvin starts talking back. Oh, here. Bring the empty one up. Let's see if I can find that Russell Holly illustration of like the, I think Judith River microvert assemblage. Let's see. There's one of the Moanavi. Judith River. There's a really cool illustration. I'd like to give you the, there we go, yeah, beautiful. Okay, share image, copy link, Bingar. There we go, good stuff, yeah. I really should have printed this out to use as a visual aid, but you seen this one, Fisher?
I have not.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Is that neat?
It's so cool.
So cool. Would Ilsa approve?
Yes. I believe so.
But yeah, you see some of the fishes in there. I think we might even have Melvius. Silurus, Squalarina, Mylodaphis.
Is there a hybidot in there?
Lepisosteus, yeah, Hybotus.
Nice.
And there's like a baby hadrosaur falling into the water. And the Hybotus is zeroing in on it. I don't see Melvin, though. Where you at, Melvin? Where's Melvius? Shoot. But, yeah. Anyway, that's the image that I should have printed out, but it doesn't have Melvius there. Yeah. Oh, and Starmy says, did Fisher answer the question? Oh, the question from Purple Puzzle the other day. Yeah, I was asking all the crew members at the behest of chat, what's your favorite dinosaur clade? And then what's your favorite kind of chocolate?
Let's see. Dinosaur clade. Probably aves. Or birds.
Aves?
Yeah.
Yeah, that counts.
And my favorite kind of chocolate.
Oh, so just birds in general?
Yeah.
See, you got to be more specific than that. What's your favorite bird clade?
My favorite birds? Let's see. I've always been partial to the Procellariforms, which are the tube-nosed birds, like petrels and albatross.
Cool.
I like auks quite a bit. What else do I like? Let's see.
So Fisher's favorite dinosaurs are tube-nosed birds. Cool.
Yeah, let's see. There are a
I
lot
mean,
of good birds.
Luke said seagulls, so that's fair. And then he said mosasaurs.
My favorite chocolate is probably like a white chocolate. I've never liked chocolate very much.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if this is a real story. If my mom is watching, she'll be upset about this.
Uh-oh.
But
Earmuffs, Mom.
It's been rumored that when I was a child, my mom would swap out my Halloween chocolate for Baker's chocolate. Whether or not it's true, I'm starting to doubt it. But
just to make it so that you wouldn't like chocolate anymore?
Yeah.
Wow. Devious.
Yeah, I think that's probably not true, but I don't know where it started. But
That's pretty funny.
But yeah, I've never liked chocolate, whether it's for that reason or for other just taste reasons. But I like Reese's Cups, I like Oreos, and that's about it for the like milk chocolates.
Yeah, well, it's funny because Fisher is like a candy fiend. Like, you know, you shared a Jolly Rancher with me earlier. You've always like got candy on site. Gummy bears and stuff, I think, are a favorite of yours.
I've had to cut out a lot of like, gummy candy since I've become vegetarian, just because I don't eat gelatin
Oh,
anymore.
that's right, huh? Shoot.
Which is fine. Probably good
You're a
for
better
me.
vegetarian than I am. I don't even think about that. What do you think this is right here? That little spiky guy?
Let's see. I'm not sure. It doesn't really look like a tooth to me.
Yeah.
This looks like it maybe could
Do you want
be
the hand lens?
yeah,
I want the
maybe
hand
some
lens.
sort of long bone or something. I'm not
Whitefly.
sure.
Yeah, it does almost look limby.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a bit of rib.
I can see that as well.
Maybe it's a mammal radius.
Yeah, I don't think it's a radius, but
I think it's too big for a mammal postcranial bone.
it's possibly, yeah.
They're like almost subatomic during the Mesozoic. But yeah. Fly. Do you have a favorite Suchian? Alexander Morrison wants to know.
Let's see, extant or extinct?
Either.
Or both? Let's see. I don't know if I do have a favorite one. To think about it for a bit.
Yeah.
Sarcosuchus is pretty cool.
Sarcosuchus is cool.
Is pretty cool. The horned crocodile from Madagascar. Let's see.
Do you want the scar scale for Nick?
Sure, as long as there's no glue on it.
Nope, no glue, I don't think. Maybe I did put glue.
Alright, let's see.
Yeah, I glued it, sorry.
I'll just pop it in the matrix bag then.
Okay.
It's okay.
Well,
Yeah.
some undergrad will be very excited.
Yeah. Let's see. So tentatively, I'll go with Sarcosuchus. but,
Sarcosuchus.
I'd have to think about it for a lot longer.
Fuparakraku. Yeah. Did you ever see that documentary, Super Croc? The National Geographic one?
Don't believe so.
Oh, and they do have vegetarian gummy bears. Vegan gummy bears.
Yes.
Vegobear.com.
Not all gummy candy has gelatin in it. But,
Okay.
You know, I do have to check the labels now.
Shoot, I
sometimes
should
it
do
just makes
that.
it not worth it.
Did we get those Albanese ones
Yeah.
out by Doling's Bowl? Those are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm lucky that Swedish fish don't have gelatin in them. I like that candy a lot.
How much would you pay for that?
Nordic fish. 38 krona.
Nice. Yeah. That's yeah, good stuff. People are talking all about veggie alternatives to gelatin and gummies. Yeah. It's more than half a human. That many krona for. Goodness. Yeah.
My apologies to anyone from Fennoscandia.
It's all in good fun. They have free healthcare. Like,
It's true.
I don't know. They got it better than we do. And Charlie's Dragon says, I'm from Scandinavia, and I find it extremely offensive. No, he says, and I find it amusing for what that's worth. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon.
Thanks for being a good sport.
We appreciate you. After all, Scandinavians are known for their good sense of humor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
The Scandinavians I've met are some of the funniest people I've ever interacted with, whether or not they're
It's
doing,
intentional?
yeah.
What a cool part of the world. Not a lot of dinosaurs, though. Yeah. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? And Salt Pastelin says, cool part of the world, eh? I mean, yeah. We're not overheating here. We're really lucky. It's like 70 degrees. It's beautiful out. I realize the rest, both in terms of, I don't know, it's too hot and also bad things are happening in the world. But right here, we're having a good time digging up some important fossils and, yeah, contributing to the progress of fossil science. We're pretty lucky, I gotta say. And I'm glad you can join us, chat. Let me know if you got any other questions. Yeah. And Rainstorm first says Sweden is awesome. We got Blahay. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. That's the blue shark, right? You get them at IKEA.
They also have surströmming.
What's that?
It's like a can of like fermented fish.
Oh.
I hear the smell is quite aromatic. It's something I used to always make fun of my Swedish friends for.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like something I would enjoy.
Surströmming.
Yeah.
Maybe it's great. I've never had it. I've never.
Well, we're vegetarians.
I've
so.
never smelled it. You know.
This matrix bag. How full do we want this matrix bag
It's
before we?
probably approaching full. But
Okay.
I'm gonna do a little bit of a wrapping session pretty soon, I think,
Okay,
and
I'll throw
then
this
I can
in
go and get a new one while I'm down there.
Nice. Fisher's gonna do some rapid. Fisher MC.
I'm a spiritual, lyrical individual. Flippin' and skippin' and dippin'.
Yeah.
See if anyone gets that reference, but
Let's see. Yeah.
man, that's almost 10 years old now.
I don't even know what it is.
I think you do, or at least you know of the person who is responsible.
I didn't
for
actually
that.
really catch it. I was also
Okay.
looking at chat.
That's
at the same
fine. That's
time.
fine.
Yeah. Yeah. And Pumpkin the Cat says, as a vegetable myself, I don't think I've ever felt so preyed upon on
Wow.
Twitch. No, as a vegetarian, I think they mean. I don't think I've ever felt this represented on Twitch before. Well, welcome. Shoot. Yeah. Yeah. Now, Fisher wasn't a vegetarian when I met him.
Nope. Well, it's a rather recent development, but I'm quite happy with it.
One of the reasons we joke that he's my son. That and the sun helmet. Sun, S-U-N, but yeah. I don't usually wear my sun helmet unless it's really, really hot out. So usually that's a Utah thing later in the summer. And you'll see it again, chat, later in the summer. Yeah. And I don't know if anybody got that reference.
It's okay.
Yeah.
They don't need to.
That's okay.
I know Spencer gets it, so that eases my heart a little bit.
I hope he's watching right now. He's just at the Ankylosaur site, like not paying attention, just watching on his phone. And Starmy says, Danny, do you have any tips for public speaking? On the 6th, I give my first guided tour ever in the local church talking about the art there, so I could use some pointers. Yeah, I would say maybe if you could do a practice run, if you're like giving a tour, give a practice run to a friend or family member, or just walk through and like think about what you're going to say at each spot. A piece of advice that I give for public speaking, if you tend to get really nervous right before, especially if you're like going out on a stage or something. I did this for Bilal actually. If like, I don't know, if you're really, really nervous, do some push-ups or something right beforehand. Like exert yourself physically so you're like just a little bit out of breath, and instantly the nervousness is gone. So like Bilal was doing this where he would take out his tablet and he was like, speaking in Arabic, right? You speak Arabic in Egypt? Yeah. And like he kept messing up and like having to delete the file. And he's like, what do I do? And I'm like, Bilal, do 20 push-ups and then get up and start recording. And he got it in one take after that. So, yeah, I don't know why it is, but it works. Yeah. And don't walk off cliffs. Yeah, there you go, Charlie. Yeah. Speaking of Bilal. Yeah.
Use your handlebars, wear a helmet, pay attention.
Yeah. Trek Nerd says O2 maybe? Yeah, it could be. I think it's just like your body's kind of focused on catching your breath a little bit and recovering. And so you don't think about being nervous. At least that's my first thought. Oh, and neat. Salt Pastilen says Stevens Klint are coastal cliffs in southern Denmark. Of what the impact the Chicxulub meteorite had. We actually think it's probably an asteroid, but yeah. Might be our best contribution to your field. There's got to be other cool fossils and stuff in Denmark.
I imagine so. I'm not familiar at all
Yeah.
with the geology of that area.
I would not be shocked if like some of the different geological stages within the periods are named after places in Denmark or something.
Yeah, it's in the right area of the world.
Yeah, like the Maastrichtian is named after Maastricht in the Netherlands, which I know is further south, but still. Yeah. I think it'd be really cool to have like a documentary just like going through the geological timescale and like talking about where these rocks were first found and that kind of thing. And like you have like a charismatic host and she like takes you to all these different places and talks about like the early history of geology throughout that too. That'd be really neat. Like I wish that kind of thing existed and I don't think it does. Stormy says, that's useful. I'll do the push-ups mid-tour when I get nervous. There you go. Yeah, in front of everybody. And there he goes to Ronlin. Bilal sounds like the chemistry teacher I heard of who was banned from carrying out any experiment whatsoever without a blast screen. Maybe, I don't know. It's not like Bilal was ever putting other people in danger that much.
No, he's told me that he was doing what he loved, and if he died doing it, then that was just God's will. So
fair.
But I was always worried for him.
But it's not Fisher's will. So
No, I want him to live a long and happy and healthy life.
yeah.
And I don't want to be present for his for his death either. At least not, if he's falling off of a cliff or being hit by a...
Oh, Jim. Hey, Jim, how you doing? Good to see you. Jim says in the chat, just emailed you an updated total faunal pic.
Nice.
Cool. You can check that real quick. Let's see. Okay, I think that's a different thing. There we go. Mesa Verde specific image. Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so this is the colorized one from Russell Hawley. Oh man, I need to get a link to somehow get a link to this so I can share it with the chat. But that's nice. I don't think well, that could be Melvius. Yeah, there is Melvius.
Yay!
Yeah, check him out. Right there. Doesn't look very big in that one.
No, it's a minute Melvius.
He's smaller than the Hybotus and the Lepisosteus, but he's there. That's really neat. I'm Melvin. Here, I'll show you, chat. So, bowfin fish. This is okay if I step here?
Yeah, of
Okay.
course.
Bowfin fish looks like that. Melvius. Melvius sounds like the name of like a Bond villain or something. Dr. Melvius.
The vert's the only thing you need wrapped over here, yeah?
Yeah, so far, yeah.
I'm gonna go do a bit of a wrapping session.
Nice. It's Fisher MC and is here to say he's the rappingest guy in the USA. My colorized version for the Green River exhibit. That's really cool, Jim. Thank you. Got to show everybody. That's nice. Yeah.
Better jet.
Yeah. Hope you're getting some good sleep and hope the swelling and everything's gone down. Yeah, we're talking about Utah State paleontologist Papa Jim and broke some bones. Yeah, so we hope you're healing up just fine, Jim. Can we get some well wishes for Jim there in the chat? So Jim has been a great friend to the channel. Mm-hmm. Always wonderful to have on stream, and everybody who knows Jim loves him. Yeah. Yeah, we were hoping to see you here. Really. But yeah, but if it drive up and get you from the I should have all the, so I'd be happy to do that. First day back to work, getting ready to call it a day. All right. I'm sure everybody was happy to see you, and we're happy to see you here, Jim. Yeah, but get home and get some rest. Oh, and Starmy says, just wanted to say to you, Danny, that you inspired me to do this. Oh, to give the tours about art history? That's so cool. When I started watching your streams, I thought I should do something similar for history, and here we are. First big step. I'm nervous and excited, but thanks for the inspiration. Thank you for saying that. Holy cow, that warms my heart. I'm delighted and flattered. I hope it goes really well. Hope you have a lot of fun doing that, and I'm sure the people you'll be touring around will really appreciate it. I'm excited for you. That's going to be really cool. Yeah. And Kennedy says, have either of you or chat heard about using drones to find fossils by detecting fluorescence and whether it's practical? Yeah, maybe there would be some use case in which that would be effective and useful, but it's pretty difficult. I don't know. It almost seems like a technological problem to a funding and personnel issue, where the way that we find fossils is just by going out and prospecting, and if we don't find enough fossils, that just means usually that we don't have enough people out there looking, that kind of thing. Yeah, and I don't know, when we're discovering fossils, we're picking them up off the ground, turning them over, looking at the texture, sometimes to test whether or not something actually is bone. You kind of feel it. You might even try and break off a chunk, just to see if there's interior bone texture. None of these things can you do with a drone. So I do wonder how effective that actually could be. A drone might be useful for finding really big, obvious things, but really big, obvious things are not difficult to find in the first place. So, yeah, I don't know. It almost sounds like trying to use a helicopter to go bird watching or something. Doesn't really sound like the right tool for the job. But, yeah. And Jim says, I've invited paleo communicator Jurassic James to join us out at Doling's Bowl. Oh, neat. Okay. Cool. Not sure I know who that is, but that'd be cool if he could make it out there. Yeah. Nice. I'm not really super aware of a lot of internet paleo science communication. Occasionally I'll cross paths with other people like the Your Dinosaurs Are Wrong guy and Riley Black. We were all in a panel together a little while ago. But yeah. And Chris Swift says, is the whole finding fossils with sonar/radar a real thing or gobbledygook? Mostly gobbledygook, yeah. There've been a few rare cases in which something like that has worked under very specific circumstances. And Jim could tell you all about this. Was Ramal and Carol Jones, I think, were able to use a radiation detector to find the dinosaur Anamantarx. And there's another case with an Allosaurus skull, but for the most part, I don't know. Those were kind of unusual circumstances. So the stuff theoretically can work, and it has worked in practice a couple times. But yeah. It's not like classic, the human eyeball and that kind of thing. But yeah. And let's see what happened here. Looks like we're still good. Yeah, okay. 3 seconds of darkness. Yeah, it's fine. It's satellite internet. It happens. Ugh. Yeah. Anyway, let me find some more of these things while Fisher is wrapping. And Where Ducky says it does mean that whatever you just said has been lost to space. Yeah, it's been lost to me too. I don't know what I was saying. And Pursue says maybe useful for mapping and dinosaur tracks, but apart from that, I'd say drones and tech are a poor substitute for a keen eye. Bingo. Well said there, Pursue. Yeah. And I'll see you later, Alexander Morrison. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. We got a big ol' fish skull element. Let's get some glue on this bad boy, and then I can show you, chat. Man, that looks delicate. Man, that's weird looking. This fish skull. Whoa. There we go. Look at that. Nice. So I put some glue on it, so it should be extra dark right now. But this is what looks like kind of a flat bone. I could see that as like a skull plate, something from near the top of the skull of a fish. Looks very, very thin, which is why I immediately got it with some glue. But yeah, that's exciting. We'll have Fisher take a look at it when he's done wrapping those other specimens. Yeah, nice. So fish have got these kind of famously flaky, kind of thin bones in their skulls. Their skulls tend to disarticulate when they die, so the different bones just kind of go all over the place. And so I don't think we found any skull bones in articulation here, which is kind of what we would expect. And that's exactly what we see. So let me put this back over here. There we go. Yeah, nice. And actually, no, we want to turn this around like that. Let's see. Yeah. And Chris Swift says, do you think some sort of AI tech could be used to find complex patterns in the ground, example dinosaur tracks? I doubt it, honestly. Like, I don't know. You would need a really big training set for that, and then this is like we were talking about the other day when somebody was asking about AI. I tend to think that a lot of the AI hype is just way overblown, and that it's just absolutely a tech bubble that's waiting to burst right now. I realize that it's, like as Jim would say, flavor of the month. Yeah. But there are some paleontologists who have tried to use AI for identifying like microfossils, and I think it's been pretty disappointing thus far. Like training a data set on thousands upon thousands of inputs, and then once you've got that, it identifies things less well than like a high school intern with 2 hours of training would do. That's my understanding at present. Maybe it'll change. Maybe this is something that technology will be sorted out in the future. I don't know, but it's my understanding that's where it is right now. And hello there to you too, Dyson Dinosaur. Filippo Bertozzo, paleontologist from Italy, is here in the chat. How are you doing, Filippo? We're at the Turtle Hill site right now. So our almond formation microvertebrate assemblage. Fisher is over there wrapping some of our finds from earlier, getting those logged, and finding more cool fish material, maybe some more turtle bones. All kinds of good stuff. So yeah, this is exactly the kind of day that I needed after finishing out the hadrosaur site on Saturday. Yesterday I was wiped out after that, just too tired to stream. So we've been having a very pleasant day here at Turtle Hill. It's been awesome. Yeah. And that paper has only 2 minor comments, so we need to talk soon. Excellent, Dyson Dinosaur, excellent. Looking forward to interviewing you about that. That's going to be really neat. Yeah. And Starmer says, where was the rock when the dig started to see how far in you got so far? I think basically where the shovel is where it was a couple years ago. And season, I think it was about here. Yeah, and all the way into there too. So, been quite a bit of rock removed. What, 6 days? The goal is to remove this entire bench right here. So all of this productive layer in here, want to get rid of all of that, collect as much as we can, and then that's a really good stopping point for this season. Next year we'll come back and we'll knock down more of the hillside here, bring it down to this productive layer, and start afresh. The really cool thing about this site is that it seems to just continue, and so we could be working here for decades into the future, potentially. And it's so rich. Yeah. What about the hadrosaur you were digging? Yeah, Dyson Dinosaur. That was the purple puzzle site. We have that finished now. The jackets are still there, but they are huge. We're going to need a helicopter to move them. And so everything is pedestaled. We just have to get our hands on some helicopter cargo nets. We'll come back here maybe in a few months or maybe next season. Set those cargo nets down, flip the jackets onto them, do a bottom jacket on there, and then they'll be ready for airlift out from the site. So we've done everything that we can do this year, basically. So that's exciting. You know, that's a ton of work that we did. And I kind of wish I could have streamed on Saturday, but it was way too busy. We had like a really long, probably like 10-hour day at the site. And it was exhausting. We moved literally tons of rock. We did probably about between 9 and 12 different rounds of plaster jacketing. Did some of that jacketing where I was on my back underneath the jacket, holding my hands up so that the plaster and burlap would see. And when you do that, you're waiting for that plaster to dry and harden, onto your face and your body and down your arms and everything, and that's all drying at the same time. Clumps of dried plaster like all over my arms and legs, and anybody with some body hair can tell you that when plaster of Paris dries on that and you have to pull it out, it's very painful and time consuming. So that alone was a bit of a try. But you know, the things we do for dinosaurs, you know. Yeah. But yeah, glamorous work, but we're very glad someone does it. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Not excellent wax. No, it like I don't know. I had to cut a bunch of the hairs with some Swiss Army knife scissors. So like I've got very patchy hair distribution right now. It feels weird. But yeah, oh boy. That was quite the day on Saturday. Yeah. Anywho. And Rabid Weenus, thank you so much for the 39-month resubscription there. Really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here on the air with your support. It means a lot to me. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyhow. But yeah. Let me keep digging here. Oh, what was that? Got a little rib fragment in there. There we go. Put that in the matrix bag.
ontogeny.
Thank you, Neverwinter Fool, for the 17 months of support as well. Really, yeah, good stuff. And Starmus says, what bag? So this is going to go back to the museum in Cincinnati, and at some point, a very patient person will be sifting through all of this, probably under a microscope, looking for anything important. And there should be really important stuff in there. If we're going to find more mammal material from this site, we might find some here, but there will almost certainly be some in these bags. Mammal material tends to be very small from the Mesozoic, so it might require the use of a microscope to be able to really spot it. So, again, we're peeling up just bits of matrix like this today that will be containing probably a whole bunch of important little things that we won't be able to spot in the field, nor do we really have the time to do that. So it goes into here. Yeah. And Lilith Farton says, do you sometimes sleep under the starry night sky when out doing field work? I typically don't, just because, I don't know, I brought a very nice tent out here that I like a lot, and I've got a cot in there and a nice warm sleeping bag. Yeah, I don't know, I enjoy that, but other crew members have done that this year, including Fisher. I think you slept under the stars one of these past nights, right?
That's right.
How was that?
It was cold, but we had a good time.
Nice,
And then
nice.
in Billings Bowl, I'll usually sleep outside. 20%.
So hot there that you really don't need or want a sleeping bag. In fact, I got to remember to order like just a bed sheet to have while I'm out there. Because sometimes, I don't know, a sleeping bag is just too much. Let me actually add that to my list real quick before I forget. Yeah, excellent. And that can double as a projector screen, potentially. Yeah, I try and keep a running tally of all the things that I would like to have but didn't bring. And I might order those and pick them up before getting out there. It's a lot faster than going to the store, which I would prefer, but yeah. Would a futon be of any use in the field? It'd be awful bulky, Starby. Yeah. Anywho. Anyway, we've got 463 people watching. Holy cow. That's not too shabby. And that's without any super gigantic raids, too. Yeah. If anybody's here for the very first time, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. But today we're at a site that's not yielding many dinosaurs. It's yielding a ton of very important, very cool, very small critters. Bits of fishes, turtles. I say small, but some of these fishes would have been like 3 meters long, just huge. But their bones tend to be fairly small compared to the dinosaurs that we find out here in this area. But anyway, we're working in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation, and rocks about 73 million years old, trying to piece together this ancient ecosystem. And this is a nice kind of roll call, all of these different critters that we find in here. The fishes, the turtles, the lizards, the mammoth. All really important for understanding what this ancient ecosystem was like and who was living in it. At the site, we also have, just around the corner, some fossil clams and other invertebrates. And we've got fossil plants from up there, too. So Turtle Hill is, it's really our best window. This site here is our best window into this ancient ecosystem. At some of the other sites, stores that are being excavated, but in terms of like being able to picture what this environment was like and who was living, little tiny guys, Turtle Hill is where it's at. This is important stuff. Yeah. And Heels has got a philosophy of science question. Is science a philosophy which guides investigation and interpretation of facts? Or is science a body of knowledge to be guarded and enforced by a societal class? I would argue it's the former. That's the way that I understand and practice science. It's more science as a method for learning about the world around us. So science is about... I think science at its most simple is testing hypotheses using evidence. We've got knowledge that we accumulate over time, and some people refer to science as like a subject like that, but you know, I think at its most basic, science is more of a verb than it is a noun. You know, science is something that we do, and so by collecting and trying to figure out, you know, what they are and what they represent, we're... Does that make sense? Yeah. AKA the scientific method. There you go, Ars Animus. Basically, yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Starmy, yeah. Ah, you say X? Cool, let's test that. Basically, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And any news on the Walking with Dinosaurs watch party? Things have been too busy and I've been too tired for that over the past few days, but might be coming up. Might be coming up, Dr. Tara. It's the sort of thing where I won't know if we're doing it basically until that evening. If we don't have other important things to do in camp, and if people are feeling up for it, and if we have enough juice in the solar battery, which I think we do. I don't think I used very much last night. So, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. But I've been hearing mixed things about the new Walking with Dinosaurs, so set your expectations appropriately. It's been getting mixed reviews from my paleontological colleagues, including some of the people who who are featured in the documentary. So, but yeah, it should be a fun watch though, and it'll be cool, like, you know, seeing some familiar faces. Some members of our crew are actually featured in the new Walking with Dinosaurs. So, yeah. But I don't know. From what I've heard, it's very different from the original Walking with Dinosaurs from 1999, and in many ways, it does not live up to the original. But again, I haven't seen it yet, so we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Oh, but it is online, Petrodactylus, if you want to take a look. Go to pbs.org or whatever. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Ah. And did Marsh recover from the depletion the other day? Yeah, recharged. Claire, that's all good. And there's 3 episodes of Edmontosaurus. Of course there are, yeah. I heard, Little Birdie told me that there's no real distinction made between Edmontosaurus regalis and Edmontosaurus annectens. We'll see. But, yeah. It's nice that duck-billed dinosaurs are getting their due, but... Well, are they, though? If they're just kind of all the same? Yeah. So, yeah. They are minor players, says Ken. Okay. And where is Anatotitan in there, says Starmy. Anatotitan... Most hadrosaur workers nowadays suspect that Anatotitan is the same thing as Edmontosaurus annectens. In fact, that might be where the annectens comes from. Isn't it Anatotitan annectens? Anywho, for here, saying that maybe there's a difference between Edmontosaurus and Anatosaurus and Anatotitan. Be tested properly. somebody needs to cut these things open and do some histo, and also figure out where they come from in section, because you might have stratigraphic differences, like you could have an anagenetic lineage, you could have a lot of things going on. So, yeah, it still requires further study, but I think the general vibe nowadays is that it's probably the most parsimonious explanation that Anatotitan and Edmontosaurus, it's the same genus, but there could be some really interesting nuance in there. So that's definitely worthy of some further investigation. Let's see. And I don't know what people are talking about in chat. Seems like some folks have kind of lost the plot here. Or there's a side discussion going on I'm not privy to. Yeah. Anyway. Ooh, and we got a nice little chunk of amber here too. There we go. I might put that in a vial. How many vials do we have left, Fisher? Or should I put,
We have a ton.
You have a ton? Okay. I've got a nice little chunk of amber here. Might be nice to collect.
Sure.
Who knows whether somebody could use that for, who knows what? I don't know. Let's stick that in here. Nice. And no, before you ask, chat, it's not going to be dinosaur DNA in the amber. Amber is actually a really poor kind of capsule for things like DNA because it's so porous and because it's so acidic, as I understand it. But there's a nice bit of like orangey amber right there that, who knows, could be useful for something. Could even be little buggos inside or what have you. Yeah, who knows? So since we have enough worth collecting a nice chunk of amber. Like maybe quarter bean sized. Really good or big enough to hold critters. Too dirty to tell before the lab, says Claire. So the amber here tends to be really unconsolidated and it kind of instantly crumbles, which is why I put it in the vial. Yeah, it's extraordinarily fragile and friable. It just turns to dust, essentially. But maybe in a vial there'd be a big enough chunk in there, even after transport and everything, that somebody might be able to do something interesting with it, but I don't really know. Yeah. And oh, why is this black? Is it coal? It is, Zertron. Yeah, here, let me pick up a handful and show you. Or pick up a chunk like this. Yeah. Also very friable. Very liable to fall apart. Is this coal here. So this is from an ancient swamp. So coal forms in swamps where you get a lot of organic matter, mostly plants, that all fall to the bottom of the swamp and they just kind of sit there and fester, and then over time you just get more and more accumulated, and it just forms this really carbon-rich gunk that gets compressed into coal. But coal can be a nice indicator that, like, hey, we've got a wet, swampy environment here. So we know that those are the general kind of conditions around here. You get all these different layers. You can probably see some of them here on camera. These represent changes in this environment. So it goes from a coaly swamp up to probably like a fetid pond with all this organic rich stuff in it. And then you get this really fine-grained mud through here. And then different layers throughout. You get the conditions changing year after year. Another little coal layer up here. Oh, getting everything all messy. And then up above that, you get like fluvial sandstones. Maybe like a really, really quiet stream or something that's preserving some of these plants. Some of the plants are also in like a really fine mud. Yeah, and so some of the people who have been working at this site, like Ava, are trying to make sense of this ancient environment and the depositional setting as it changes. So it could be that we have sea level rise throughout this. So we get kind of an inland swamp, and then we're getting kind of closer and closer to the coast as the sea level rises. And then eventually you get like maybe a coastal delta environment or something up there. Maybe that's what's preserving these plants. We're still figuring this out, but that's why it's really important to pay very close attention to the geology in a place like this. Yeah. But yeah. Are you sitting on a fire hazard then with all that coal? None of us are smoking here at this site. I think we're okay. There's always a chance it could be struck by lightning, but I think maybe lightning is the bigger danger than the coal igniting. Yeah. And F. Tippin says, this Walking with Dinosaurs appears to be more researcher. That's the thing, is that the researchers who were featured, some of them whom I've talked to, do not seem to be very happy with the portrayal in that. And it's speculations than it is about the researchers' ideas. We'll see. But that's word on the street. And Strange Hamburger Icy says, did the sea level rise because the Earth got hotter? I think there's a few different things. Like the continents are doing some interesting things at this time, where you can get, I don't know, you've got mountain building events that can occur, and that can displace some of the water. I don't think it's because you've got too much ice melting. I don't think there was very much ice at the time, but that could have something to do with it. I'm really not the right person to ask about that. There's a lot of different things that can cause sea level rise. Today, that's mostly driven by, melting of ice caps at the poles. But there wasn't a lot of ice during the Cretaceous, as I understand it. And so there would have been other things that would be causing sea level rise. It could be like the sea floor itself rising in certain areas and displacing some of that water. I really don't know for certain. Yeah. There are people who study this sort of thing. I'm not one of those people. This is outside my realm of expertise. Yeah. And Sloth Dad says, is the land that you're on part of the land up for sale in the new Senate bill? Possibly. Yeah. I mean, shoot, if that thing passes, the U.S. is cooked. I mean, there's so many different horrible things that bill has in it. But there is a chance that this federal land, which belongs to we the people, could end up getting sold to wealthy folks in order to fund a tax bill, or to fund tax breaks for, more ultra wealthy people. That would definitely be a net loss for this country. Shoot, if we lost the ability to do work out here, that'd be really bad. It'd be really, really bad. So call your senators. It's been tough being out here and not really having access to the news except when I turn on the internet to stream. It's kind of anxiety producing, honestly. It's not a good feeling, just knowing that bad things are happening in the world, and especially in the U.S. And I don't know, just having a vague awareness of that. But on the brighter side of things, hey Ava, how are you doing?
Danny.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Yeah, how was geologizing?
It was amazing.
Nice.
Great time.
Went up to Purple Puzzle?
Yes, and through, and we worked from 9 to about 3:30.
Shoot.
With the 4 of us just to get one section.
Darn. Did it go well? I mean...
It takes time. I think it went pretty well.
Nice.
We have samples for everything.
Uh-huh.
Probably 40 to 50 samples. So it did take a while.
Holy cow, wow.
Yeah.
Any other potential zircon yielding horizons or anything like that?
We did go through 2 tungsten layers.
Tungsten layers?
Tungsten. T-O-N-S-T.
Oh, tungsten. Okay.
Tungsten.
Yeah.
Not the
Nice, yeah.
tungsten element.
Yeah.
But that, like, we bulk sampled. We have 3, I think, gallon Ziploc bags
Nice.
full of them to send off and see if we can get any detrital zircon,
Cool.
which
Cool.
would be super cool.
Yeah, awesome. If you want to jump in here and start working.
Yeah, I don't
I've
want
cleared
to
a spot for
displace you.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I'm going to be wrapping up the stream probably before too long anyway, but I could
Okay.
walk around and talk about the geology and that sort of thing. But this is interesting, Fisher. We've got what looks to me like a fish skull plate there.
I would say the same thing.
Nice, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I found that basically just as soon as he went and started wrapping something. Oh, Fisher,
Do you
come
remember
see this!
The other pieces of this one.
Run up
What's
here.
that?
Do you know the other pieces of this one?
Let's see. Oh, shoot. I think they were... Oh, I think I put them in the bag already.
Oh. Well.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess that's not going to come back together.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. It happens on occasion.
Yeah, I was... Shoot, what was I thinking there? I guess I was kind of distracted. That's my bad.
Let's see. It looks like... it's probably just a rib.
Yeah.
Which...
Do you want me to take these pieces and put them in the bag that you just put over there?
Yeah, why not? It might as well.
Sure. Pop that out real quick.
All be together.
Yeah.
Happy family.
There we go.
Everyone makes mistakes here.
Yeah, this is one of the perils of streaming and working at the same time.
Yeah. It'll be okay.
Are the pieces like recently in this bag? This is pretty empty.
No, it was the old bag, yeah.
Tied one off.
Just kidding.
Do you want me to wrap this real quick and stick it in the bag?
Nah, it's
No?
fine. Just in there loose is fine.
Okay. Good luck to whoever reassembles that. Let's see. Yeah. Is it basically just at the top of the tote?
No, it's up here.
Oh, it's up here.
Yeah, it should be. Let's see. Which one is it?
The last one in terms of numbers?
They don't have numbers on them.
Oh, okay.
I think it's this one.
Okay, cool. But yeah, I'll go take the camera and walk around in just a minute.
Sure.
For you.
Thank you.
What's this?
Thank you. Man. Heavy duty. Moving a lot of material.
There we go.
What is this?
It looks like
Skull?
Fish skull, yeah.
Okay.
Again, I just don't know fish well enough to say what it is.
Move your shadow. What on earth?
It's got fish, yeah, the little rays. Classic fish texture.
Classic. We found huge chunks of bone. I found huge chunks of bone,
Yeah.
like this big.
Yeah.
Probably 10 meters up from the purple puzzle site. I was like, how did no one ever find these just walking around? They're huge and insane.
Nice.
Yeah. That was cool.
Who is the fourth person there?
Trin?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see.
We made him carry the bags. It was fun. So many samples everywhere.
All right, nice. So here we go. So Ava's been here at the site many more days than I have this summer, and she's very well qualified to be picking through there. So I'll leave this in her hands right now. And, let me go walk around for a little bit. This back on. There we go. There we are. Nice. So if you're just joining us, welcome to Paleontologizing. In fact, we had somebody in the chat who said, what was it? They implied that they were new. Let's see. Where was that? Well, I don't know. They said something like, oh, I had no idea this was on Twitch. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, but I'm here today at the Turtle Hill site, here in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation of southern Wyoming. We're digging in rocks about 73 million years old, which is from near the end of the age of dinosaurs. And this site yields a whole bunch of really, really important different organisms. Everything from fossil plants, like we have up here. Let's see. There's a bit of fossil leaf for you right there. You see the vein in it? We'll find some other nice ones over here. There we go. If we want to figure out what this ancient environment was like, we need a good kind of sampling of all the different organisms around. There's a good part of a fossil leaf there with the petiole, the stem on the leaf. This one was not complete enough to collect. Cool stuff. Yeah. So we've got fossil leaves, we've got fossil invertebrates, like, here we go, there's some clams on here, right there. And then we've got a whole bunch of vertebrate animals, bits of turtle, bits of freshwater fish, bits of squamates like lizards and snakes, and even a mammal tooth from this site so far, trying to give us a more complete picture of who was living here 73 million years ago. What was this ancient ecosystem like? What was the climate? Was it wet or dry? If you were to travel back in time to the late Cretaceous, right here in Wyoming, what would you see? This is telling us that. And not to be too goofy or anything, but in a sense, paleontology is almost like time travel. You know, we're figuring out what these ancient environments were like, kind of deciphering who's in this ecosystem, and it's pretty neat to be able to just envision this area as it would have been 73 million years ago. Today we're up in like a high semi-desert. We're at like 6,000 or 7,000 feet above sea level here. But back then, and the ocean was right out there. The Western Interior Seaway was here in the middle of North America. This would have been a low-lying kind of coastal delta, floodplain, swamp, shoreline kind of environment. Kind of like present-day Louisiana or the Mississippi Bayou or parts of Florida are kind of like this today. And some of those same critters are there too. You know, crocs and turtles, various freshwater fishes like gar, like bowfin. And then, of course, we had dinosaurs walking around doing their thing as well. Only a few hints of dinosaurs here. It's mostly the small stuff that we get at this site. But at the Ankylosaur site, miles away, we've got most of our crew there working really hard to try and unearth this big armored dinosaur before we leave next Monday. So they've really got their work cut out for them there. I might be there tomorrow. We'll see. But, yeah, I hope all that makes sense. Let me know if you've got any questions. And Kuma Monster rated us. Oh, excellent. Rated us into an ancient bug. Thank you for the raid there. I really appreciated that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry it took me a minute. shaking with you. 800. Holy cow! Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Shoot. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and thanks to the magic of Twitch and solar power and satellite internet, I can broadcast to you from the middle of nowhere in southern Wyoming, where we're digging up fossils, doing field paleontology. So let me know if you've got any questions. How was your stream, Kuma Monster? I hope it was really good. Yeah, Bogman takes us to an ancient bog. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And Kuma Monster is an IRL NYC streamer mostly. Walks a long way. Very cool, Kennedy. Very, very cool. I've done a little bit of that back home in San Francisco. Might be doing that again this year. We walked across the Golden Gate Bridge last year. That was a lot of fun. And yeah. Anyway, right now we're out here in the field, and let me take you to the quarry real quick. We've got our plant layer up here with all these lovely plants. I did a couple of streams from here last week talking about these fossil plants. There's a lovely bottom half of a leaf right there. You can see the stem, the petiole there. You can see some of the veins in that leaf. 73 million years old. It still looks like that. That's pretty astonishing. I mean, yeah, we've got another one right here too. Check that out. Hopefully the camera's picking that up properly, but look at those veins there on that leaf. So leaves like this tell us what this ancient climate was like. Gives us a rough approximation of like annual rainfall. Is this a wet or dry environment? All that good stuff. So again, when we're trying to kind of reconstruct this ancient environment, those are essential parts to understand to have. Likewise over here, we have got some fossil clams. Neonid clams here, these ones. We've got some smaller, rounder ones too. But this tells us that this was a freshwater environment with flow. Yeah. But at different stages, environment would have looked very different. You can see some of the layering here. Just look at those different beds, those different colors that you get there. There along the back wall of the quarry. So each of these is kind of a different depositional setting. So it goes from down here at the bottom. We've got this dark black coal. This represents a swampy environment, you know, where you just had organic material accumulating and just this fetid swamp. That went for quite a while, it seems. And then we get up into the productive layers here, where Fisher and Ava are digging. And we get the bottom of maybe an ancient pond or something like that. Yeah, what would you say, Ava?
I would probably say, yeah, like a pond or a marsh or a very shallow lake type environment.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Probably very still water here.
Very still water. Stuff is settling out of suspension and has a lot of time.
Move up there, and things are changing and changing. We had a few coal layers kind of interspersed. So the history of our planet Earth, you realize here. Time is that much. Like, this is certainly a million years, I would presume. But whether it's, you know, years or decades or centuries or millennia, we're not sure. But it is cool to see these throughout this. Grab our visuals, since we've got a bunch of cool new people here. Yeah. Heel says, ancient pond, 35 krona. Yeah.
Someone's been paying attention.
How much for that fish skull plate there?
Unidentifiable fish element. No.
Expensive, but a running joke for the past few days. We've all just got a little bit of desert madness going on. Fisher and I have been out here for, I think, 25 days now. And yeah, it feels like about 25 days. And Neverwinterful says, can you discern any transgressive or regressive sequences in the formation? We think that we might be getting ocean transgression, seaway transgression up through here because, I don't know, looking at these rocks, and this is my uneducated guess here, is not really a sedimentologist at all, but these to me look almost like deposits that I've seen that represent, you know, like kind of a delta or, oh, we got a piece of leaf right there. Nice, I just picked that right up. Check that out, yeah. Almost like a, you know, like a really coastal, almost like a tidal flat or something like that, where you'd get this really fine grained stuff coming in and out with the tides. But very, very still for the most part. That's my guess for this sort of environment, which could very well mean that we've got the seaway coming back in. And then we do get this big sandstone up there that we're not really sure what these represent, these big sandstone blocks. I've heard people say like river sandstone or a channel sand or something. But I was talking with Ethan the other night, and he's like, I think these might be barrier islands out on the coast, where you get all of this sand accumulating and just concreting super hard like that. And again, when I say coast, let me show you what I mean. So, again, we were saying that nowadays this is all kind of high semi-desert, 6,000 or 7,000 feet elevation. It takes a few days getting used to when you arrive from the coast, like I did. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area, and coming out here to Wyoming, there's a lot less oxygen in the air, I'll tell you that. Got to take it easy the first few days so you don't get altitude sickness, especially if you're not used to this kind of thing. This is my third year out here, so I'm pretty well acclimated, but, you know, always got to take it easy the first couple days. Anywho, the point is, really high, dry environment today. It was not like this 73 million years ago. Definitely not. North America looked basically like this. Kind of a rough approximation. This red rectangle outline there is basically modern day state of Wyoming. So here in the southern part of the state where we are today, this was the coastline back then. So sea levels were a lot higher during the Cretaceous. Earth in general was warmer and wetter, I would say. And here, this would have been a very warm, very wet environment. Like I said before, like Louisiana Bayou, Mississippi Delta, parts of Florida today, that kind of environment. And we see that here in the fossils as well. This checks out really well with other deposits from similar ages throughout North America. So, you know, this agrees with other information that we have from other parts of what we today call Laramidia, this ancient subcontinent there. Yeah, many of the cool dinosaurs that you know about from pop culture come from Laramidia, whether it's like Parasaurolophus or Corythosaurus or Albertosaurus, Daspletosaurus. They're all from Laramidia. I would also argue Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Pachycephalosaurus. There's some people, many people actually, who say that the Western Interior Seaway kind of dries up by the very end of the Cretaceous when you have dinosaurs like T-Rex walking around. I don't think that's the case, and there's a number of other researchers who are working in places like Montana and North Dakota who are like, no, the seaway was still there when the asteroid hit at the end of the Cretaceous. But that's a discussion for another time. Yeah. Anywho, but yeah, and Brooks says millions of years still makes my head hurt, considering we have such a strong and divisive view. I'm not sure I know what you mean, Brooks, but yeah. We have a general very good understanding with multiple lines of evidence that the Earth itself is about 4.54 billion years old. And let me put that in context for you. Let's see, we'll use this time chart. Here we go. Yeah. So again, that can be a difficult your mind around, especially if you didn't learn about this kind of thing in school. It can be difficult for people to fathom. Thinking in terms of like a human lifetime for a long time. Maybe 100 years if you're really lucky. You know, you might live that long, and that seems like a really long time to a human being. But in the grand scheme of things, that is nothing, you know? It's kind of a beautiful, transcendent to think about how very old the Earth is in comparison to a human lifespan. In the same way that, like, you can look up at the night sky and marvel at the stars and think about how they're so many thousands of light years away, you just kind of get this sense for how vast the universe is and how small we are in comparison. You could do the same thing with geology and paleontology. When you think about how old our planet is and how we as human beings are such newcomers on it, modern humans have only been around, you know, in our modern anatomical form for about 200,000 years. That's nothing compared to 4.567.3 billion years, or 4,500 million years. Anyway, so this is kind of a feeble attempt, valiant though it may be, for trying to envision the history of our planet. So starting off in the Hadean epoch there, going through the Eoarchaean, the Paleoarchaean, the Mesoarchaean, the Neoarchaean, the Paleoproterozoic, the Proterozoic, and then Mesoproterozoic, etc., until you get to the age of so-called visible life, the Phanerozoic eon. You've got the Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cenozoic eras. The Cenozoic era there in yellow is the age of mammals. We're at the end of that right now, so far. We're, you know, right here at the very end of it. 66 million years ago was the start of the Cenozoic age of dinosaurs, the end of the Mesozoic, when a giant asteroid about the size of San Francisco slammed into our planet, wiped out maybe about 80% of life on Earth. This was the death of the dinosaurs and a bunch of other critters too, like pterosaurs, plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, a whole bunch of different plants, ammonites. So many different critters died out then. They completely disappear from the fossil record at that time. And then we're working today in the Almond Formation in the late Cretaceous. So about 73 million years ago. That's not very long before that asteroid hits in the grand scheme of things. So this is toward the end of the age of dinosaurs here. What's really important about the Almond Formation is that it's very understudied. There are 0 dinosaurs that have been named from this geological formation. And we have so far found about 3 or 4, maybe 5 or 6 different kinds of dinosaur. And if we excavate enough parts of them, if we're able to find distinguishing characteristics, we might be able to name them. Chances are they're all new species. But it'll take really careful study in the laboratory to be able to figure that out. And this is going to be a years-long process, but we're well underway here. We've been able to find a lot of really cool, important fossils to help kind of, hopefully, put one more puzzle piece into this grand picture of the history of life on Earth. You know, that's what it's all about. But, yeah. And Martine Den says, what do you think about the revival of direwolves from their DNA? It didn't happen, not like that. Like, there's a lot of hype around that. I wouldn't call those direwolves. They're basically modified timber wolves. And we won't be able to do that with dinosaurs because we don't have any DNA from any Mesozoic dinosaurs. Very fragile molecule. It doesn't last very long. And so while you can get maybe direwolf DNA potentially from direwolf fossils from just like a few thousand years ago, because those critters were around really recently in the grand scheme of things, dinosaurs at their very youngest are 66 million years old. No DNA is lasting that long, as far as we know. People have been looking for it for about 40 years, haven't found a single scrap, and so, yeah. We're not going to be resurrecting dinosaurs a la Jurassic Park. It's not going to happen. The best way to figure out what dinosaurs were like is to go out and find their fossils, excavate them, study them. Yeah, exactly what we're doing here, you know? Yeah. But yeah. But anywho, here. Let me see if we've got any other questions. And Sloth Dad says, even 200,000 years of human existence feels incomprehensible considering our known history only stretches back a few thousand years. Yeah. Well, history itself just means like, that's after the invention of writing. So before the invention of writing, that's considered prehistoric. Before history, before recorded events in writing. But yeah, again, that's nothing compared to the history of life on Earth, even just compared to the age of dinosaurs. Yeah. When you're a paleontologist or when you're interested in paleontology and geology, you start thinking kind of in a different time frame, you know? Like I was saying earlier, like that wonderful feeling of smallness when you look up at the night sky, you get the same thing thinking about the history of life on Earth. You know, you can pick up a fossil leaf like this and go, this is 73 million years old. It's kind of incredible when you first think about it, but after a while, you get used to it. Yeah, and it becomes... You don't get jaded to it. I won't say that. There's still like marvel and wonder in that. It's still a beautiful thing. But it's almost like you become friends with that concept, you know? You get comfortable with it. And you're able to think about things in terms of tens of millions of years. Think about the progression, not progression, the development of life on Earth, I'll say. It's neat. It gives you a different perspective on things. One that you kind of can't get elsewhere. I think... I'm going to get a little bit philosophical here. I think there are some people who are really kind of threatened by that idea that the Earth is very old and that we as human beings are relative newcomers on this planet, like we just showed up yesterday, geologically speaking. Because a lot of people want to feel really important, and they want other people to think that they're important, and they want to use that to, you know, justify holding power over other people and stuff like that. I don't know, when you're studying paleontology or geology, when you're thinking about the history of our planet, you start to realize just how petty that could be. All of these human squabbles that we have, different prejudices that human beings hold against one another. You know, we're all one species, and we're basically brand new here on this planet. And we could disappear like that, in the same way that the non-bird dinosaurs did. You know, these are creatures that ruled the Earth for over 150 million years. So going back to our time again, the Mesozoic era here in blue next to my thumb is so much longer than the Cenozoic era, and we as humans, anatomically modern humans, only show up in the last 200,000 years of that. So like the last few pixels there in the yellow. This is the age of dinosaurs here in blue, the Mesozoic. Dinosaurs basically take over the planet like at the end of the Triassic and hold on to it until the end of the Cretaceous. It's like 100 million years plus. And there's no reason to think that if that asteroid hadn't hit, they wouldn't still be here. You know, we got extraordinarily lucky as mammals that happened. And that could happen again. Could happen to us if we don't watch ourselves, you know? There's so many different ways that we as human beings could go extinct. Whether through destroying our planet via, you know, anthropogenic climate change, or maybe we're not paying close enough attention to maybe asteroids that could be inbound to Earth. We could suffer the same fate as the dinosaurs, like that. That's why we need science. That's why we need people to be keeping an eye on things, to be testing ideas, to be figuring out how our planet works. how best to coexist on Earth with one another and with other species. Yeah, we're toward the end of my normal streaming time, so I apologize if I'm getting a little, like I said, philosophical or too lofty in all these ideas, but this is important stuff, you know? There are very these near-Earth objects, asteroids and meteorites and things like that, that could potentially impact our planet, cause a lot of devastation. I don't know if we would be so concerned about those things if we didn't know how devastating they could be because of the fossil record. Knowing that it was an asteroid that likely wiped out the dinosaurs and about 80% of other life on Earth. If we didn't have that perspective from paleontology, we might not know to be watching out for that kind of threat. So this stuff is really important. I want to get that idea across, that the perspective that paleontology gives us is crucial, you know? Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And 24 Joy says, how do you pick a place to start digging for fossils? That is a great question. Yeah. So here in Wyoming, in the Almond Formation, we're the first people to really dig here in earnest in like almost 90 years. Yeah, there was a guy who came out here in the late 1930s and was digging around finding dinosaurs and stuff. His name is Barnum Brown. This is the same guy who discovered T-Rex up in Montana back in 1902. And so Barnum Brown came to this part of Wyoming in the late 1930s because he'd heard rumors of big bones here in the ground, and he found a bunch of different dinosaurs. For various reasons, he never published on any of them, and they've been largely kind of forgotten. Some of the specimens seem to have been lost. They could be just kind of misplaced in museum basements throughout the East Coast. Some of them may have been lost in transit. But Barnum Brown would go around and do a ton of digging all over the U.S. and around the world. And so some things inevitably got lost in the shuffle, especially since they didn't have a lot of the record keeping that we have today. So anyway, fast forward to the year 2020, and our expedition leader here, Ethan Cowgill, he was going to, I think, Weber State University in Utah. And as an undergraduate student, he wanted to go find a geological formation that would yield dinosaurs that have not been named yet. Dinosaurs that would be new to science. He wanted to start a project like that. And so, almost on a whim, he came out here to this part of Wyoming. He really did his homework first to find out, you know, where the Almond Formation outcrops, like where you can actually find it exposed on the surface, where you can go exploring. And so he came out here with some friends and family, and they just started walking around looking. After that, he got some permits from the Bureau of Land Management to collect fossils on public federal lands. So, after they found some fossils, they started digging in and finding more and more and realizing that this was really important. And he started building a crew. I joined in 2023, and actually our community here on Twitch provided a big chunk of the funding that year. We did a fundraiser, raised about $8,000 for digging equipment, for food and fuel and vehicle rentals, so that we could come out here and really start seriously collecting dinosaurs. And we've been doing this ever since. So this Twitch community here has been helping advance fossil science in like direct material ways. It's pretty cool. But anyway, like this. So once you know what area to look in, once you look at maps and you figure out like where a certain geological formation is, where it's exposed on the surface, you look at geological maps, you look at satellite images, you might look at topographic maps, and you look at land ownership maps, so that you make sure that you're digging on, you know, the correct kind of land, so it's all legal. You don't want to be trespassing on private property. You don't want to be digging on state land if you only have federal permits, that kind of thing. But anyway, once all of that homework is done and you're out there boots on the ground, you do what we call prospecting. And so this involves just walking along, looking for anything that might be either fossil bone or fossil plants, whatever you're after. And so you're just picking up little chunks, anything that might look unusual. You're looking for bone texture or for, whatever else. And then hopefully you find a few things eroding out of a hillside or at the bottom of a gully or something like that. So like breadcrumbs, you follow the trail up, you try and find the source, and if you get really lucky, and we have been very lucky a bunch of times, some of it's luck and some of it's definitely skill, but you end up finding an associated skeleton in there. You dig in, and if you're really lucky, you might have, the majority of an animal in there. So we've got a few major sites like that we're working on this year that were found in previous years, but it's just found by walking along, prospecting, finding chunks of bone, following them up, and locating the source. Hope that makes sense. And Sloth Dad, thank you so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. But yeah. And 24 Joy says, thank you for the answer. I just arrived here and I already love this channel. It's great to have you here. Welcome, welcome. And True Love says, what happens to the fossils you find? So all of the fossils here at this site are going to the Cincinnati Natural History in Cincinnati, Ohio. All of the fossils that we find are going to museums. Right now it's or the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. So we've got a few deals with both of those institutions, and they've been very good to us. You might think that we're doing them a favor by giving them fossils. It's kind of the other way around. So in order to be able to dig on federal land, on Bureau of Land Management, public land, you have to get permits. And in order to get permits, you have to be able to guarantee that any fossil that you collect is going to be going. So all of the vertebrate fossils here, any animal with a backbone, its bones, they public museum and be held in the public trust in perpetuity. Since public lands belong to we the people of the United States, these belong to all of us, the fossils also belong to all of us. So they need to go to a public institution, a federal repository museum. So they'll be reposited there. They'll be placed there in the public trust in perpetuity. In order to do that, though, you have to have a nice facility. You have to have people to work on those fossils, people to look after them. You have to have a nice collection space and all of that stuff. And that takes time and money and personnel. And so those museums that we're working with, they're really kind of doing us a favor by letting us reposit these fossils there. At the same time, they benefit from it too, because some of their researchers will get to work on these fossils, and it helps raise their public profile and helps carry out their mission of advancing fossil science. But yeah, since we are kind of a ragtag group of scientists who don't have like strong institutional affiliations for the most part, we're really lucky that those two museums, the Carnegie Museum and the Cincinnati Museum, we're really lucky that they've smiled upon us and decided to work with us. So it's pretty cool. Yeah. And Largale says, Ohio. Yeah, yes, indeed. True Love says, is it normal to only find one animal or multiple animals in one location, same or different species? It depends. At some sites, you might just get one individual dinosaur that, its bones are there and that's it. Sometimes you get other critters washed in as well. So the Purple Puzzle Hadrosaur site that we just closed up the other day, we just finished out, there's a big duck-billed dinosaur there. That critter's probably 30, 40 feet long. It's a big dinosaur. But that's not the only thing there. We found some fossil leaves. We found some fossil fish mixed in as well. So, yeah. And we're kind of finding that at a lot of these sites. The Ankylosaur site that we have, big armored dinosaur. Here, Ankylosaur look like there. I might be streaming from there tomorrow. We'll see. But here's a skeletal diagram of an Ankylosaur, big four-legged armored dinosaur, all these armor plates. So at this site that the Ankylosaur comes from, we also have fossil fish, like gar, kind of like an alligator gar today. And then we might have a few other dinosaur species with bits and pieces mixed in there as well. I can't talk about those too much right now, but if they are what we think they are, it'll be very exciting. Right now it's a little early to say with any certainty, but we're excited at the possibility of having a few other kinds of dinosaur there. Site to site it varies, I guess is the answer. Sometimes you get one dinosaur and that's it. Sometimes you get multiple dinosaurs. Sometimes, like here at Turtle Hill, you just get this amazing assortment of all different critters. Fishes and turtles and mammals and lizards and fossil plants and clams and all kinds of stuff. Here's some more of these little mollusks here. You can see them little shelly guys. Sometimes you get like a nice sample platter of a whole environment in one spot. So it really depends. Every site is different. Anywho, yeah. And FFEJ Warrior says, been watching you for some time now. Not sure if I ever told you. I'm from the home of the Sternberg Museum. Love your content. Oh, very nice. Isn't that Fort Hays, Kansas, I think? Awesome. Very, very cool. Warrior, thanks for your kind words. It's good to have you here. And from Loki1, any chance that we might know Barnum Brown's view on dinosaurs since he didn't publish? Oh, he did publish some papers, for sure. Barnum Brown was mostly... He'd probably refer to himself as mostly a field guy, so he was really good at going out and finding things in the field. Dinosaurs, ancient mammals, various ancient reptiles, all kinds of cool stuff. Working in places like Montana and Wyoming and Oklahoma and as far away as like India and Burma and Argentina. Barnum Brown really got around. But he was more of a field guy than he was like a publishing scientist. He definitely did publish some papers, but for the most part, his bosses at the museum wanted him out in the field as much as possible. So there were certain years when he'd be spending most of the entire year out in the field. Maybe he would spend the summer up in Montana, and then during the northern hemisphere winter, he'd go down to the southern hemisphere where it's summer, and he'd be working in Patagonia. Stuff like that. So, Brown's publication record doesn't really indicate how much field work he did, just because he didn't publish that often. But, I don't know. He was interested in dinosaurs and ancient mammals and all kinds of cool critters. He was a really interesting guy. Yeah. And let's see here. And Martin Den. And let's see. Question for you, Martine Den, would be, how do you test that idea? If we're going to talk about ancient viruses carried on asteroids and that kind of thing, be a great premise for like a science fiction novel or a movie or something like that. But who knows? Maybe it could be true, but science is all about testing ideas. So that's what sets science apart from other ways of knowing. From things like, I don't know, various kinds of like philosophy or religion or, stuff like that. In science, we gather evidence and we use it to test ideas. So how would you take that idea and try and falsify it? That's kind of the underpinning idea within scientific endeavor, is that if you have an idea that you really like, you and everybody else does their very best to disprove it. So if I, say that I have an idea that, let's say I think that duck-billed dinosaurs, I think that they didn't lay eggs. I think that they gave birth to live young, just like most mammals do today. And say I'm really jazzed about this idea. I'm really excited about it. What do I do as a scientist? I try and test it. I do my very best to disprove my own idea. So I might go out and talk to other scientists and say, hey, any idea at all that, any evidence that maybe these guys were viviparous, they gave birth to live young? Let's maybe look at the size of their pelvic aperture and see, like, is this wide enough for a well-developed fetus to pass through? Maybe it's not. Or maybe you start finding eggs of duck-billed dinosaurs and you go, oh, shoot. There's that idea disproven. We found their eggs. We know they didn't give birth to live young. They laid eggs. And so that idea has been falsified. It's been disproven. If you talk to like philosophers of science, they'll tell you that basically that's falsifying ideas. In a really strict sense, they might say, well, you can never prove that something is true in science, only repeatedly fail to prove that it's false. And so if you collect enough evidence and you run it through enough tests and you keep trying to prove that it's false and you can't, then maybe it's true, Yeah, I don't want to get too into the weeds about this whole thing, philosophy of science and falsifiability and Karl Popper and all of that, but yeah. So the viruses hitching a ride on asteroids thing, I've actually heard that in like science fiction novels and stuff before, but yeah. It's a really difficult idea to disprove, and in science, if you come up with an idea that's impossible to disprove, you throw it out. An idea, in order for it to actually be really strong in science, it has to be readily disprovable, like it would only take one bit of evidence to disprove it, but maybe you can't disprove it. Well, like, you can't find that evidence because that evidence doesn't exist because it's true. Does that make sense? So like, I don't know, falsifiability. You might have a hypothesis that like, swans are white. That's my idea. That's my falsifiable idea. You put it out there into the world and somebody could disprove it like that by finding a black swan. It's a good scientific idea in that it's easily falsifiable. And yeah, it could be true. It could be that all swans in the world are white, but all you'd have to do is find a swan that's not white, and then blammo, that idea is disproven. Whereas a bad hypothesis, a poorly constructed, unscientific hypothesis would be half of swans are white, and the other half are invisible interdimensional beings that can't be detected by any kind of scientific instrument, and but they only communicate with me via telekinesis and telepathy, and it's like that's a terrible hypothesis because nobody could disprove it. If you say, well, you can't detect them with scientific instruments, then well, what are we even doing? Does that make sense? Yeah. I know we're getting really into the weeds here. Let me go over some other questions here. But yeah. And let's see. Martina Den says, so in the end, we can't know everything through science. We just find out what we can methodologically, but some truth may be beyond our reach. I guess, yeah. I don't know. We're getting into philosophy here. But yeah, I don't know. Some truth may be beyond the reach of science, I guess. Sure. Yeah. But it's not something that we as scientists worry about because we're concerned with, what we can disprove or fail to disprove, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And and Ash, yeah, the supernovas idea, this kind of gets into what I was saying, where I think it's a really difficult idea to disprove, Like, we know that there are extinction events, like in the Ordovician period, toward the end of it, the end Ordovician extinction events. And there are various mechanisms that may have caused those extinction events. I've heard supernovae being used as an analogy for that, or being used as a possible explanation. But what traces would a supernova actually leave? I don't know of any. So it's almost one of those like just so stories where it's like, well, maybe this happened, and it happened to not leave any trace. Well, great, That being said, there might be some sort of chemical signature or something like that you could get from a supernova in the rocks from that time, but I'm not privy to that. I don't know. I'm not an astronomer or an astrophysicist or a planetary geologist. So yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Kennedy. Yeah, that's the funny thing about string theory in physics. Massimo Pigliucci talks about this in his book, Nonsense on Stilts, How to Tell Science from Bunk. It's really, it's kind of unfortunately titled, but it's a fantastic book that I couldn't recommend highly enough. Really good if you want to understand what science is all about, what is science and what is it not, you know, what's the kind of dividing line between science and pseudoscience and that kind of thing. But yeah, it's interesting in that, like, string theory is basically like a mathematical construct, but it's not empirically testable. And so I would argue that it's not actually science, because if it's an idea that you can't test, then, you know, it might be beautifully constructed in terms of its in terms of math, but if you can't disprove it, then it's not science. You know, if it's impossible to prove or disprove, then, you know, what are we even doing? So it's almost like physics has kind of moved into the realm of philosophy and ceased to be a science in that regard, which I think is kind of funny. Yeah, that should be a humbling thought to any overly haughty physicists who talk about their discipline being the queen of the sciences. The only true science is physics. It's like, well, what about string theory? It's not even science at all. What are you doing? But I don't know. Don't get me started. Yeah. How do you protect yourself from the sun all day, says True Love? Sunscreen. Yeah, we've got some over here. Where'd I put that? There we go. Yeah, only the finest Kroger brand. Store brand 30 SPF. Best of the best. And it's even reef friendly for all these coral reefs that we have out here in Wyoming. Yeah, it's actually running kind of low. I've got more in camp in my tent. But yeah, plenty of sunscreen. That usually does the trick. Later on in Utah, where it's not only very bright and sunny, but also hellishly hot, and that'll be fun to talk about. So July 15th is when I get there to Utah, and I think it'll be the next day we probably do our first stream. Anywho, yeah. Let's see. String theory falls into theoretical physics as opposed to practical physics. There you go, Giant Wombat. Yeah. Again, I'm not a physicist, nor am I a philosopher of science, so I'm definitely overstepping my bounds a little bit. But yeah. And we collect those bivalves and other mollusk fossils too. I imagine there is a researcher out there dying to study those. We've already got a bunch of them from last year, Starmy. Yeah. We had a big, like, probably 200 or 300 pound block of those clams. It was much more beautiful than the one I showed you. And that's already in Cincinnati, just waiting to be studied by a mollusk specialist. So, yeah. And, yeah. And Geeks Tour says, I hope this heat dome or whatever it's hovering over North America breaks a bit for you before heading to Utah. It's going to be hot there regardless. You know, I've been there. This will be my 4th year out there near Moab, Utah, digging dinosaurs. And every year it's like 115 degrees, and you just get used to it. You know, you drink plenty of water, you set up shade tarps over the quarry, and you just adapt, you know. A lot of folks would not be able to do that. And we've had people who have come out and gotten heat exhaustion, like on the first day, and then they just have to go home. It happens. You know, not everybody's cut out for life in the desert like that. But I love it, though. Oh, man. I'm at home there. Yeah. But yeah, there you go, game. Meanwhile, here in the south, yeah. At least it's dry in Utah. We'll get like 5% humidity. And in heat like that, the rock's got to be hot to the touch even? Oh, yeah, Geek Store. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe this year we'll do that experiment where you crack an egg on a rock and then watch it cook in the sun. That might be fun to do on stream. Shoot, I might do that. I might bring some eggs out there. Chicken eggs, even. Yeah. And Mr. Audio Propagation says, why don't we have personal air-conditioned suits yet? I mean, presumably you're in an air-conditioned place right now, Mr. Audio Propagations. I don't know. When we are out here in the field, it's just like, yeah, whatever. We're just part of the landscape. You know, we're a desert animal for this month. We just, you know, learn to embrace it, even enjoy it. Sometimes I'm like, 122 degrees. Let me at it, you know? Just give me plenty of water. And, yeah. If there were personal air conditioning suits, though, you can bet we wouldn't be able to afford it, even if we had, you know, electricity out there, which we don't. So, yeah. And you don't use air conditioning? Okay. Well, we got that in common, Mr. Audio Propagations, yeah. Choose a halite rock. There we go. Where Ducky? Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions or anything? We've got 706 people in the chat. This is great. Cook an egg for science, says Ice Allen. You bet. Yeah. Working on solar panels for air-conditioned suit for individual. I don't know. It's survivable. We can be out there in that kind of heat. It is really, like, the reason I can stream to you right now, though, is because of solar power and satellite internet. Let's take a look at our battery and see where we're at here. I can take this off now that the sun isn't directly beating down on top of it. But, where are we at? 62%, jeez. Yeah, we're not running on a profit here, certainly not. But that's okay, that's good enough for today. We were at 100% earlier. I really wish I could get 2 of those panels hooked up to this thing. But customer support for Jackery says, nope, it's not possible. It's okay, it works. And would you eat the egg cooked on a rock? Gross, Link for real. I don't eat eggs. Ugh. I'll eat some dirt though. But no, I don't eat eggs. I've never really liked eggs. Not for as long as I can remember. They taste like sulfur to me. I just really dislike them. Yeah. Oh, and Aphromatic says, how did we get the name dinosaur and who created it? So the name dinosaur, or Dinosauria at first, was coined by Richard Owen, who was a paleontologist before we even had a name for paleontologist, really. This is back in 1842. He coined the word Dinosauria. Around that time in England, people had started finding, well, they'd been finding them for long before then, but they actually started scientifically studying some of these cool fossil bones that were being unearthed in quarries and stone pits and road cuts and stuff like that throughout England. And so the original 3 dinosaurs that were named were Megalosaurus in 1824, Iguanodon in 1825, and Hylaeosaurus in 1832, I think. And so when Richard Owen coined the word dinosaur in 1842, he was like, hey, these 3 big weird reptile critters, they all share some interesting characteristics. I gotta come up with a name for this group of animals that we're uncovering. And so he came up with the word Dinosauria, dinosaurs. And we've been using that ever since. He actually got kind of lucky in that, like, the first 3 that he found actually did turn out to be what we now consider dinosaurs. There were other critters that were unearthed around the same time that turned out to be other kinds of animals that are no longer considered dinosaurs. It turns out they're actually from separate groups of the reptile family tree. And then there were some things like Cetiosaurus, that it's a sauropod dinosaur. I think it was originally thought to be maybe a fossil whale, hence the name Cetiosaurus, whale lizard. Yeah, The early history of paleontology is fascinating, and there's an excellent book about that if you're interested in this kind of thing that I could recommend to you. It's called Impossible Monsters by, oh shoot, what's his name? Somebody's got it in the chat, I'm sure. And Simplex Pachinko, hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Oh, doesn't dinosaur mean... Oh, yes, the word dinosaur means fearfully great lizard. It's often, like, people often say terrible lizard, but that doesn't quite do it justice. At the time, the word terrible didn't have the same connotation that it does today. You know, nowadays in 2025, we say something's terrible, you know, when Charles Barkley goes, "Oh man, that's terrible," that means that it's lousy, it's bad, it's of poor quality, it's no good. At the time, terrible meant like awesome, fearsome, grandiose. Kind of like in The Wizard of Oz, like Oz the Great and Terrible. It means like powerful, awe-inspiring. That's basically what the word dinosaur means. It's almost like awesome reptile or you know, fearsome lizard, something like that. Terrible lizard is I almost get the impression that, like, especially when young people, oh yeah, it's a terrible lizard, it's no good. It's not what it means. But yeah, more like terrific. There you go, terrific. Yeah. Hi, Michael Taylor. Yes, indeed. Call me Lucy. Yeah. Good stuff. Excellent book. It's like saying sitting bull standing up didn't have the same ring to it, but there was some meaning lost. There you go, RB42. Yeah, I actually didn't know that. That makes sense. And it's still not a lizard, now that we understand lizards better. Exactly, Pate B, yeah. Turns out dinosaurs are not lizards at all. They're not even very closely related to lizards, as far as reptiles go. Dinosaurs are more closely related to turtles, and even more closely related to crocodiles and their relatives. And then, even more closely related to birds, who literally are dinosaurs. Here, since we've got so many new cool people here, I should do my little spiel on common descent as well. The, like, kind of fundamental principle in biology. This is one of these things that I talk about just about every stream, because reach is my full-time job, and this is one of those concepts that doesn't get talked about enough in school, even though it's like the fundamental concept in all of biology. This idea of the tree of life, of common descent, how all organisms on our bacteria to the biggest baleen whales, they all came from a common ancestor, as far as we know, about 3+ billion years ago. And so when we say that the different creatures are related to one another, when a scientist says that, we don't just mean that they look similar. We don't just mean that they've got, you know, the same vibes or whatever. When we say that two critters are related to one another, we mean that they share a recent common ancestor. We mean that they came from the same place. So there was one origin point for life, as far as we know, about 3 billion years ago. And things have been evolving and splitting off and diversifying ever since. So all living things on our planet are related to one another to varying degrees. So you get these different groups that evolve and start splitting, diversifying. And these are called evolutionary clades. A clade is just a group of critters that all come from the same ancestor. And so dinosaurs, for instance, right here, are a clade. So they all stem from one ancestor, about 240 million years ago, give or take. And so you've got sauropods and theropods and ornithischian dinosaurs. They all evolved from a common ancestor, split off, went their different directions, evolved to look different, and then they go extinct. But birds are one group of theropod dinosaurs. They evolved from two-legged, feathered, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. And birds managed to make it through that extinction event, barely, at the end of the Cretaceous, and they've now diversified into over 9,000 species. So that's the reason why birds are dinosaurs, but crocodiles are not. Crocodiles did not evolve from that first dinosaur ancestor, but birds did. You can trace birds back to a dinosaur ancestor. You can't do that with crocs or turtles. Crocs and turtles are they're in the same group of reptiles that dinosaurs are in. They come from, if you go back far enough, the same ancestor that dinosaurs did, but they're not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are a separate branch, if that makes sense. Yeah. And yeah, over 9,000. There you go, Neverwinterful. Yeah. And Chris Swift says, what was that origin? Some type of ocean vent feeding amoeba? Not an amoeba per se, Chris Swift, but something like that, yeah. We don't know exactly what the first organism, the ancestor of all organisms on Earth, looked like, but it would have been superficially similar to maybe a bacterium or something like that, if that makes sense. Yeah, and bacteria evolved from that, and so did the ancestors of plants and animals and all that jazz. Yeah. It's difficult to like really draw super direct conclusions about what that first organism may have looked like. You can kind of just simplify down to the point where it's like, yeah, there's amino acids and they reproduce themselves, and then you get RNA and then you get DNA. Sure. But that stuff doesn't readily fossilize. And so actually finding that critter is just about impossible. But we know that it must have looked like that because that's kind of the common denominator of all living things today. You've got those basic building blocks: amino acids, RNA, DNA. Yeah. But yeah, and Zalat says, we are fish? Yeah. Yeah. Every animal with bones evolved from a fish ancestor. So yeah. So yeah, that means all mammals, all amphibians, all reptiles, including birds, they all evolved from a fish ancestor. And when we look at this, here, kind of trace this red line down. Here we've got birds, we've got mammals up here. You trace this down, the first animals with bones were fish. So every animal with bones evolved from a fish ancestor. And we've got an increasingly good picture of what that looked like too. There are really cool fish fossils from like the Devonian period, long before the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs would have evolved from this animal. But yeah, there were fish that came up onto land. The bones in their fins became the bones that we have in our arms and hands today. And you can see the kind of like the earliest stages of our finger bones, our wrist bones, our radius and ulna, and our humerus. You can see that in certain fish fossils. And you even have some fishes that branched off at about that point. And they still have those same bones in their fins. These are fishes like coelacanths. They've got basically that, they kind of stayed at that stage and just kept doing their fishy thing rather than going up onto land. So they still have that kind of heritage right there in their fins to this day. The lobe-finned fish, Sarcopterygians, that's the kind of fish that we are. You know, the coelacanths and lungfish split off and did their thing. Again, I can show you on here. Coelacanths and lungfish are right there. See? So they split off, but the ancestor of these guys continued to evolve into all of the, what we call tetrapods today. All animals that live on land that have bones are tetrapods. And some of those animals even went back into the ocean, like whales. Which is cool to think about. But anyway, this is like the fundamental concept in all of biology. It's extraordinarily important to understand, and it's, I don't know, from a paleontologist perspective, really distressing, like shocking and disheartening that this sort of thing doesn't get taught in schools, especially in the United States. But I don't know, there's political reasons for that. I won't go into that too much, but like, I don't know. The reason why these things that, you know, we as scientists know and talk about and study, the reason why this isn't making it into school textbooks and stuff and not really being taught in school curricula enough is because of politics, because creationists are very powerful in the US and they don't want people learning about this kind of thing because, well, shoot, if the Earth is very old and if all creatures on Earth do share common kinship, if we all come from the same ancestor, then, well, you can't have things like prejudice and racism and stuff like that. Because, well, shoot, we all come from the same place. there's a lot of folks who are very protective of those prejudices, and I think that's one of the reasons why they don't want this sort of thing being taught in school, because they don't want people to have the kind of perspective and, you know, understanding and that comes from knowing these things, you know? So, yeah. Also, it's to justify. We'll talk about this another time. We're in the field. We're supposed to be having fun here. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And no, so cannibalism means eating your same species. Yeah. But yeah, anyway. Yeah. Geeks Tour says the frustration of that topic comes through the screen. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Dave Nevius. I agree with you. Yeah. But anyway, let's go check in on the site again real quick with Fisher and Ava here. Still got a lot of people watching, which is awesome. Again, let me know, especially new folks who came in with the big raid. If you've got any questions at all, do not hesitate to ask. That's what I'm here for. Believe it or not, this is what I do full time. Not field work. This is just what I do during the summers when there's not snow on the ground here in Wyoming. But science outreach is what I do full time. This is how I make my living, is streaming on Twitch, trying to show people what paleontology is actually like, answering questions to the best of my ability, interviewing other paleontologists, going over new scientific papers as they get published, like covering fossil science in the news, all that good stuff. That's this is what I do, and I'm so happy to be able to share it with you. You know. So yeah, yeah. So here again, we're at the Turtle Hill site, really important microvertebrate fossil site. And so, anything new over here, Fisher and Ava?
Got a fish skull element here.
Ooh, fish skull element. Nice.
Shadow.
Another big flat blobby thing.
Yep.
It won't look like much until we get it back to the lab and get it cleaned.
It
But,
even popped out yours.
oh, nice. Excellent. I see there's a crack in it there. I tried to glue that really well so it
Yeah.
wouldn't come completely apart, but
It's looking pretty solid. It's it's very
Nice.
it's a very thin piece, but
that's worth wrapping, right?
Yep, absolutely. The back's glued, so it'll be okay.
Nice. All right. Good stuff.
Nothing else crazy. Just
Yeah.
over here talking about nudibranchs.
Nudibranchs.
What do you know about nudibranchs, Danny?
I know people say send nudes, and then you're supposed to send pictures of nudibranchs.
Perfect. That's
Yeah.
a good idea. I love nudibranchs, so we were.
They're these really cool. Are they annelids? Are they true worms?
They're sea slugs.
Sea slugs. Shoot. Yeah. Okay. And they often have like big feathery projections coming off of their heads. Presumably they've got like a radula, like land
I don't know,
slugs do,
I
right?
think they're a mollusk. Yeah, I don't know.
They are mollusks.
They are mollusks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nudibranchs are cool. Yeah. What's the conclusion about nudibranchs from here, from discussion?
I don't know much about them, but she likes them a lot.
They're pretty neat.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was hoping that you would know a lot
Know a lot about nudibranchs.
Okay.
Are they sea slugs, really?
I think so.
Yeah,
Somebody in the chat confirm or deny.
I hope they are.
Yeah. They've got a terrible fossil record for a snail.
That's what I was talking about. I was like,
Yeah.
man, is there a nudibranch? Because we were just tracing back dinosaurs into current.
Huh?
Oh, I wonder if they're like nudibranch to what they evolved from, and if it's something.
I wonder if they're radula, they're like rasping, toothy part would fossilize, but I don't know how diagnostic they would be even if they did. Yeah.
I mean, do like cephalopod beaks fossilize well?
I think they do. I think
Okay.
we've got ones from like Tusatoothus and stuff like that, like these Cretaceous squid, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, nudibranchs, they're cool. Yeah, these are the kinds of discussions we have in the quarry, at least when we're talking about science. You know, conversation topics go pretty far afield. But, and Jim says, sure. I hope that sure is in reference to their radula fossilizing. But yeah, neat. Yeah, and we got a raid from Actual Education. Well, Actual Education. How are you doing? How was your stream? I hope it was real good. Welcome to the field. Welcome to Wyoming. Welcome to a I was going to say dinosaur dig, which is true, but it's mostly other critters that we're finding here at the Turtle Hill site. Fisher, you got another compliment on your sun helmet as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so it reminds me of the USPS. You're right on the money. That is an official USPS issue sun helmet.
True.
Good stuff. Yeah. Nice. So yeah, Raiders, let me know if you've got any questions. And Jim says fish skull quadruple question mark. Yeah, we've got fish skull elements. You want to show Jim?
Sure.
Right there. It doesn't look like much.
Yeah, the glue obscures it a little bit, but it's got the ornamentation that's kind of indicative of fish skull.
Nice. Yeah. So yeah, nothing looks like much at this site unless it's like big and chunky, like a fish vert or something. But there was that piece that I found earlier too. Get that right up close. Yeah. So maybe skull plate or something would be my guess. Something from dorsal side of the head. I don't know. I'm not a fish guy.
Jim, if you have any insight, please let us know. We'd love to hear what you have to say about this stuff.
Oh shoot, you don't have the hybodont spine out still, do you?
No, it's wrapped now.
It's wrapped? Okay. Yeah, were those the first ones we found from the site so far?
Yeah.
We've got
only from this bedding plane too.
From like 5 of them now?
Four.
Four?
Of variable sizes, yeah. But
Nice.
all from like roughly this one area. Nowhere else have I found one.
Interesting. So in like 3 or 4 years of digging at Turtle Hill, only 4 of them, they've all been from the past week.
Yeah, all in the same spot within the
Shoot.
I don't know.
When it rains, it pours.
Exactly.
Yeah. But we think they're probably hybodont spines, and Fisher already has them wrapped, so we can't show you, Jim, unfortunately, but hopefully we'll get pictures from when these things
I've
get
got
prepped.
pictures of all of them. I can send them to
Oh,
you.
nice,
You can
yeah.
Send them on to Jim.
Yeah. So Jim, if you want pictures, ask Fisher to send them. Nice. Yeah. Very cool. Good stuff. Thanks, guys.
No problem.
Yeah. It's just after 6 o'clock, so when do you think you want to take off?
Whenever you and Ava decide
Yeah.
you want to.
When do you think we wrap up? Should we start wrapping up like 6:15?
Sure.
No, let's do 6:20. That'll give me a little while longer.
Sure.
We'll try and get out of here by like 6:35.
All right. Sounds good.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. And Jim says, are they ornate or not? They don't look particularly ornate.
No, hold on. Danny,
Pull up a picture.
Let me send you them,
Nice.
and then we can do a little.
All right, we're gonna text some pictures to Jim, who has published on fossil elasmobranchs many times. Jim, we were looking at your chapter in the Grand Staircase book on the elasmobranchs, and that was pretty neat. Elasmobranchs, by the way, are they are cartilaginous fishes, excluding ratfishes and chimeras. So basically, sharks, skates, rays, and their cronies, and their they're Freds. Yeah. And their ilk. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, you get those, Danny?
Oh, I thought you were gonna send them to Jim, but let me look.
I don't have his number. It's gonna be up to you.
Okay, let me send them to Jim. They might take a minute to come through.
Sure.
But yeah.
Connect to the Wi-Fi, see what makes it go faster.
Yeah. But yeah. They didn't look particularly ornate to me, Jim. They looked pretty smooth, but I didn't get a super close look at them. I know the ones from St. George definitely had little projections on them. I was wondering whether they could be like, basically like ray stingers or something, like a spine on a ray or a stingray or something. There we go. We're getting some images here. Here we go. Bingo. I don't know how well this will show up on camera, but it looks like that. There definitely are longitudinal striations, but this is still embedded in matrix there. We didn't want to field prep it. And so if it does have ornamentations on the sagittal plane, we won't be able to see them until it gets prepped out. Yeah. There's another one there. It's hard to see. But yeah. Yeah. We'll figure it out. Let me look at chat here. There we go. Yeah. And do you have dangerous encounters with wildlife on digs? Asks, sorry, your name is... Oh, 24 Joy, yeah. No, I mean, there's not too much dangerous wildlife out here. In 5 years of working in the Almond Formation, Ethan says he's never seen a rattlesnake out here. I've never seen one in 3 years of working out here. I did get to pick up some snakes the other day. Actually, shoot, that was like 3 weeks ago now, almost at this point. But, yeah, non-venomous snakes. Some really, really nice, friendly, or gopher snakes, as they're called around here. Let's see. My gopher snake friend. Oh, I don't think... Oh, there we go. This is one that I picked up, but just beautiful. Those red eyes. Yeah. Oh, and we saw... Here, we should go talk to Fisher. We saw a cool mammal this morning on our way in. I'll be jealous. Yeah. Fisher, tell Chad about the critter we saw on the drive in this morning.
Well, let's play a little game, chat. Let's see if you guys can figure it out if I give you some hints.
Oh, I love this. I love this.
So
You're thinking like a streamer, Fisher. This is
we
great.
found a medium-sized mammal
Medium-sized mammal.
from the clade Carnivora.
A carnivorous mammal.
Let's see. Let's see if anyone can
Yeah.
get it.
A medium-sized carnivorous mammal
Yeah.
out here in southern Wyoming.
Yeah.
Coyote? Asked Crimson Carnithoris.
Mm.
No.
It's close, but not quite. It's the
Yeah.
right half of Carnivora.
House cat, says Claire Burr.
It's the wrong half of Carnivora.
Oh, so the different halves are the caniform and feliform
That's right.
carnivorans, right?
Mhm.
So it's a caniform carnivoran. Fox, dingo,
Mm-mm.
bobcat, wolf,
No, we're stuck in dogs right now. We got
mountain lion. Jim says fox.
No, we still.
No, we did have a correct answer though. Oh, Jim got it right at the beginning.
Yeah,
Yeah, what was it, Fisher?
it's an American badger.
Yeah, American badger. Yeah, mustelid. So, and I got a great picture of it too. Let me find that. But that was really neat. It was like, so we were driving out in my car and we just see this weird thing just kind of like stumble its way across the road.
Galumphing across the road.
Galumphing is a great way to put it. Yeah, that's exactly what it was doing. It was galumphing. And like, what is that? I'm like, oh, that's a badger. And then I slowed as it was, and then us and here we go. Where is our badger friend? Check him out. American badger. Yeah, iNaturalist this morning. Isn't that perfect?
He's so cute. Danny, I'm gonna have to follow you on iNaturalist. I'm an avid user.
Awesome, yeah. American badger. Good stuff. That was pretty cool. That's definitely one of the highlights of the trip so far in terms of mammal sightings. But yeah. Luckily he didn't charge, or I would have had to speed away. And I did post the badger Chris Swift, yeah, on iNaturalist. Yeah. And he must have been grumpy to be out in all that heat. It's actually not hot today. It was actually like kind of chilly this morning. I think he was loving it. We've been really lucky to have beautiful weather today. Yesterday it was downright cold here. Today we've had highs in the, I don't know, probably low 70s. Fahrenheit, I hasten to add. It's been really nice. We've been very lucky. Yeah. And there you go, Smooth Stone. Yeah. American badgers, stay away from me. I did that as an ukulele song, but it was American Robin about Turdus migratorius, the American robin. Yeah. It's Starting a night shift. Very nice, Anaconda. Good to have you here. Yeah, good stuff. But yeah. Excellent. Robin. Oh, please. I know our robin is a kind of thrush, Anaconda, but still, you know. It's an American robin. But we didn't see any mushrooms yet, Chris Swift. It's a little dry out here for mushrooms. And we'd probably have to see, what was this, 7 more badgers before we see 2, according to the song. Anyway, it's Claire with the snake. Oh boy. Yeah. Send those spine pictures. You got it, Jim. Let me do that right now, actually. Let me download this. How do I do this? Okay, download. Stored media, okay. Appraisal. Nope, not camera. Messages, there we go. Send that one to Papa Jim. All right. Bow, there we go. There's one. Hopefully. Yeah, no guarantees, because, you know, these are not enough you'll be able to actually tell what they are. Download. Gotta go back. Messages. Wait, I just downloaded that. Why is it? Oh, there it is. Just updated. Okay. And there we go. Yeah. Tell me what you think, Jim. And Sloth Dad says, are there any neat paleontology dig sites in California, like in the Sierras or near the White Mountains? Shoot, I'm from California, and I'm not familiar with the White Mountains. But yeah, fossil dig sites in California, the ones that immediately leap to mind, or maybe fall into mind and get stuck in the mire, are the tar pits at La Brea. But also there's important fossil sites in the Central Valley, like near, kind of near Bakersfield. You've got Sharktooth Hill, which is a really famous Cenozoic marine locality. All kinds of shark teeth and marine mammals and even some sea turtles and stuff like that. And then where else? Important fossil sites in California. We've got just a handful of dinosaurs from marine deposits, but they're all kind of accidental events. You've got the McKittrick tar pits in McKittrick, California, also in the Central Valley. Lots and lots of Pleistocene. There's that neat museum there in Hemet. And then, I'm actually involved with another project in Fremont, California. We're trying to reopen the type locality for the Irvingtonian land mammal age there in Fremont. So all kinds of cool Pleistocene mammals, horses, sloths, camels, mammoths. Basically, most of your Pleistocene guys, except for bison. They hadn't made it over yet from Asia. But yeah, there's a lot of cool California in terms of vertebrates. I'm sure there's a lot of invertebrate ones too, but I'm not as aware of those. Yeah. And Jim, interesting. Jim thinks that might not be an elasmobranch. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to think of what other fish it could be.
Yeah. Shoot, I wonder if bowfin have spines like that would preserve. I don't think so.
Oh, there's what? Catfish have spines.
Do they?
Bicheer have spines.
Yeah. I don't know if we get them in North America, though, do we?
I don't
Bicheer?
know. I'm just spitballing here.
Huh. What I was really hoping for was like, well, no, we wouldn't have lungfish here, huh? Maybe we do in the late Cretaceous. I don't know. When do lungfish go extinct in North America? Or I guess I should say, when are they extirpated from North America? But yeah. Oh, Jim says a hybodont other than Lunchidion?
Lunchidion.
Lunchidion. Yeah. Oh yeah, he spelled it totally correctly. I'm just butchering it. A hybodont other than Lunchidion. Interesting. Would that be important, Jim? Would that be a new occurrence, possibly? That would be neat. Awesome. Very cool. Yeah. Jim says yes. All right. Beautiful. No, that's exciting.
Well, we've got a sample size of 4. So.
Nice. We got 4 of them? Mm-hmm. Heck yes. Oh, man. Important stuff. Really, really cool. Yeah. Oh, and Hanaconda, you're asking a brilliant question because the king of the saw skates is there in chat right now. That's Paleo Jim. My friend's kid watched Walking with Dinosaurs yesterday, and he had a question about saw skates. He asked if they were cartilaginous, and if so, how do we have fossils of them? Ooh, boy. Here, I won't burden Jim with the whole response to that, but Jim works on saw skate fossils. We do have fossils of them. I think the teeth on the rostrum fossilize pretty readily, and occasionally we do get cartilaginous fossils that also preserve under certain circumstances. You can get shark vertebrae and shark jaws and stuff like that. Even if it is cartilage, it's still, cartilage skeleton. There's still some hard parts in there, and occasionally you get cartilage that does fossilize. So yeah. I know that in North Africa, in late Cretaceous strata, you get tons and tons of Onchopristis teeth from the rostrum, from the big saw, sticking out of their schnoz. So the teeth on there do fossilize readily. I think they might be a similar composition to like shark's teeth, where you've got dentine and enamel and all that stuff. Don't quote me on that if it's actually dentine and enamel, but yeah. But yeah. And is there an area within North America that paleontologists believe could be a gold mine for fossils that is relatively untouched? Funding or lack of permits or political interference, says Geeks Tour. There are a few, yeah. I was actually talking about one of those with Jim. I won't go into details, but there's a potentially really important age Cretaceous strata that have dinosaurs in them. Yeah, they cannot be accessed because of some very ornery land in which state. But they're on public land, angry, and they've got a lot of guns for their land, even if they don't own the land. So, yeah, that's a thing. Yeah. And Jim says, are there hybodont shark teeth? We've not found a single hybodont tooth so far. No. Which is unusual. We're getting 4 different spines and not a single tooth. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And the Tanis site? Yeah, I attended a talk about that in Berkeley, given by Jan Smit, a couple months ago, and I kind of have more questions than answers about that site right now. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Here, I gotta put some chapstick on before I forget. Some lip balm. It's very dry out here. And I've been yapping for hours now. I should drink some water, too. Yeah. Yeah. And Rex, the Tyrannosaurus, I'm sorry that you're grieving right now. Oh, did you lose a loved one, family member, friend, or animal? But I'm glad you're here, Rex. That's lousy, and I hope you're, I'm sorry for your loss. That's what I'll say. Yeah. Lost my ball python. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Rex. That's lousy. I'm sure you gave her a very good life, and I'm sure she was, very content. I'm sure she was lucky to have you taking care of her, Yeah. And you're welcome for answering the question, Hanaconda. Yeah. And Aleka says, what's your really short take on whether Tanis is real, i.e. actually captures the day of the impact? Aleka, oh, holy cow. You're just jumping into this one. I love it. Yes or no, uncertain, or just a hunch? Uncertain. I'll put it that way. I've never been to the site. I know people who are very skeptical of it. Ultimately, it boils down to, in science, you got to put your money where your mouth is, and that doesn't seem to have happened yet. There's not been a lot of publication, and there's not been a lot of outside verification. So, yeah, I'm uncertain, leaning toward very skeptical, but very willing to be convinced. Show me the data. Yeah. Coming with the nuke here. Exactly, Aleka. That's a great question. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. And yeah, River's vegan. The land that's... So I think the land that we're digging on right now, this Bureau of Land Management land that belongs to the people of the United States, this could be sold off if that Senate bill passes. And that is a nightmare scenario. I mean, we could be done here if it, goodbye to this field program, potentially, if that happens. That's why you got to call your senators and... yeah. And there's so many other terrible things in that bill, too. All to give tax breaks to people who already have way too much money. Don't get me started. Shoot. So, yeah. Yeah. Who will buy that land, says Jim? I don't know. Someone with too much money? I don't know. Yeah. That's the thing about federal land like this. We're really, really almost blessed as paleontologists in the U.S. to work on federal lands, because oftentimes the land that the U.S. government ended up as the caretakers of, this is land that nobody else wanted, because it's not good for farming. It's too dry to run cattle on. It's really hot during the summer and just hellishly cold during the winter. There's practically no water around. It's land that nobody wanted in the first place, and so the year of it. We'll roll this into the Bureau of Land Management federal lands program. And because of that, because it belongs to we, the people of the United States, it's possible for paleontologists like us to get permits to dig here. It's often much more difficult on private land. But yeah. But there are little patches of privately owned land around here too. And we've even been able to dig on some of that because we've had contact with some of the landowners, and they're like, yeah, that's cool. But we've been really lucky in that regard. Most of the time working on private land is kind of a nightmare. In my experience, at least. So, yeah. And actually, we are running into some problems where some land has changed hands, and we're trying to get in contact with the new landowners, and anywho, yeah. I won't go into detail there. But yeah. And with the efforts of John Muir, yeah. I think a lot of U.S. states have like one historical figure that's like kind of lionized and just kind of like universally regarded as a hero. And for California, I feel like that's John Muir. Yeah, important figure. A lot to admire about him for sure. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. Shoot, but with that being said, it's coming up on 6:30 right now. And John Muir grew up in Indiana? Are you sure, Heels? I thought he was from Scotland. Are we talking about the same John Muir? But yeah, we got to wrap up here pretty soon. Yeah, so I think let's find somebody to raid into. Who can we 600 viewer raid? Let's see. Because we've got to pack things up and get ready to go. Here. Home, following. Who have we got? Oh, and my battery is about to die on my phone too. Shoot. All right, we got to do this ASAP. I wish we had like Science Streams on right now, but it does not appear to be. Oh, Casey Snowart is painting dinosaurs. Well, that is a no-brainer. Let's go right into Casey. There we go. Chat. Raid. Casey Snowart. Beautiful. She's doing her partner push right now, and let's go help out by, going and watching a stream in which she paints dinosaurs. Awesome. Everybody, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for your attention, your viewership, your questions, your enthusiasm, your financial support that makes it possible for me to stream from the field here. Couldn't do it without you. Who kept this train on its tracks and kept this everybody coming in. And thank you to those raiders. Huge raids today. Really appreciate that. Well, then, maybe from a different fossil site. We'll see. Might go to the Ankylosaur dinosaur site tomorrow. But I hope to see you then. For now, let's go check out Casey Snowart. Bye-bye, everybody. Take care.